Chapter 1435. Wu Ningzhu's innate talent was relatively terrifying. Her current cultivation base was already at the early golden immortal realm. For an ascendant, this cultivation base couldn't be said to be not terrifying. However, when she encountered young Master Futian, she had no way to resist and could only be controlled by the opponent. Fortunately, young Master Futian didn't have the chance to touch Wu Ningzhu. From this point of view, young Master Futian had suffered a great loss. It was fine if he didn't get the peerless beauty, but in the end, he even lost his life. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't worth it. As a matter of fact, early golden immortal realm was nothing in this East Xuanyu. They couldn't even be considered as the lowest rank. Even a patrol captain of Great Qian Empire was a golden immortal. Sister Ning, take this Yang Soul Transformation Pill. Then I will use the Great Soul Derivation Technique and with spiritual qi to help you recover your injured soul. With the help of this Emperor-grade pill, you should be able to recover very soon. To you, this is also a good fortune. Perhaps you can usher in a transformation. Moreover, because I have isolated the soul seed that Futian left in your body, it hasn't disappeared yet. I will help you refine it together with the soul seed. Jiang Qin said. He was very clear about Wu Ningzhu's current situation. With the help of the Yang Soul Transformation Pill, everything wouldn't be a problem. The soul seed that Futian left in Wu Ningzhu's body had now become ownerless. After being refined, it would become a wealth that could help Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin was very clear that this injury was also a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Given Wu Ningzhu's innate talent, her cultivation base would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. As for the specific extent, it would depend on Wu Ningzhu herself. Alright. Wu Ningzhu took the Yang Soul Transformation Pill and swallowed it without any hesitation according to Jiang Qin's instructions. Boom! The medicinal power of the Yang soul-forming pill was extremely ferocious. After it entered Wu Ningzhu's body, the vigorous medicinal power immediately exploded, rushing into Wu Ningzhu's limbs and bones, causing Wu Ningzhu's body to tremble violently. Not only did the Yang soul-forming pill have great benefits for healing the soul, but the pill itself also contained powerful energy. It was extremely helpful for stabilizing one's foundation and forging one's physical body. Seeing this, Jiang Qin did not dare to delay. He hurriedly used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and his soul power entered Wu Ningzhu's body like a clear stream. At the same time, he injected the wood's spiritual energy to help Wu Ningzhu guide the medicinal effect in her body. Wu Ningzhu was only an early golden immortal after all. If she forcefully consumed an emperor-grade pill, she wouldn't be able to control the vigorous medicinal effect at all. Once she lost control, it would very likely have the opposite effect. Not only would her soul not be healed, it would also suffer greater damage. Of course, as long as Jiang Qin was here, she didn't need to worry about this. With Jiang Qin's abilities, he could even control an emperor-grade pill perfectly, allowing the medicinal strength to be unleashed perfectly, allowing Wu Ningzhu to obtain the greatest benefits. Sister Ning, calm your mind and wash your hands of the medicinal effect of the Yang soul-forming pill. After your soul has strengthened and stabilized, I will help you refine the soul seed. Jiang Qin reminded her and told Wu Ningzhu what she needed to pay attention to. This was a very important and crucial process. There must be no accidents. Any accidents would be unbearable. After all, the soul was the foundation of a person. Once there was a problem with the soul, it would be very hard to recover. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She trusted Jiang Qin very much. The strength of one's soul was the foundation of a person. The stronger one was, the more terrifying one would be. Under such impact, Wu Ningzhu's potential was stimulated once more. With the help of soul power and the energy of the Yang Soul Transformation Pill, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base began to rise. Ka! Chapter 1436. The entire courtyard was shrouded by powerful qi. Wu Ningzhu was undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change was absolutely not just an improvement in her cultivation base, but a fundamental transformation. If Wu Ningzhu could only be considered as a genius before, the current Wu Ningzhu had already surpassed the category of ordinary geniuses, because her soul had experienced rebirth. This was the rarest thing. In other words, the current Wu Ningzhu had become a completely different person. In terms of talent, she wasn't any weaker than Han Yen and Tyrant. Wu Ningzhu closed her eyes and sat there. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. It wasn't enough to describe her as a goddess. After advancing to the intermediate golden immortal realm, her qi was far from stopping. Or it could be said that this was just the beginning. Putting everything else aside, the pure energy contained in the Yi-Yang soul transformation pill alone was more than enough for her to absorb. If Wu Ningzhu's soul hadn't experienced this incident and forcefully refined the Yi-Yang soul transformation pill, the effect wouldn't be as good as it was now. Even with Jiang Chen's help, it still wouldn't work. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of opportunity that required one's own conditions. The Yi-Yang soul transformation pill was a powerful emperor-grade pill. No matter how powerful an ordinary golden immortal was, they wouldn't be able to fully absorb its medicinal power. This was Wu Ningzhu's opportunity, a great opportunity. Her cultivation base was still rising constantly. It seemed like she had no intention of stopping, just like when the Huang dog obtained the essence of the immortal execution sword. Her foundation is too strong. It seems like Sister Ning is going to break through to the half-step immortal king realm. The Huang dog said. It's not necessarily a good thing to break through so many realms at once, but I have a way to do it now. Jiang Qin smiled. With a flip of his palm, he took out a big bowl of Qilin Saint blood. With this, Sister Ning will be able to stabilize her cultivation base even if she breaks through to the half-step immortal king realm. When Jiang Qin took out a bowl of Qilin Saint blood, the fire Qilin in the ancestral dragon pagoda roared and cursed again. Now, the fire Qilin couldn't even find a place to cry. He wanted to cry but had no tears. This motherfucker wasn't human at all. He just took my blood without any discussion. Did he even consider my feelings? The fire Qilin cried. No one knew how big the shadow in his heart was. If this scene was seen by an outsider, they would immediately be shocked and roll their eyes. That was Qilin's holy blood. How could he give out a bowl of it as if it was plain water? If the people of Nanbei family saw this, they would immediately be furious and fight with Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, these days, Nanbei family had been searching for the fire Qilin all over the world. The more they couldn't find it, the more worried they became. Of course, Nanbei family wouldn't openly search for the fire Qilin. Even if the fire Qilin was dead or gone, they wouldn't make it public. The fire Qilin was a saint beast. It had always been the symbol of Nanbei family. It was an auspicious omen, the symbol of Nanbei family, and the most important thing. If the fire Qilin was lost or killed, it would have a great impact on Nanbei family. They would definitely keep it a secret. This was the impact on their prestige and influence. Otherwise, Nanbei family would have already erupted after a few days. Of course, even if the outside world didn't know about the situation, the higher-ups of Nanbei family couldn't sit still anymore. This could be seen from the appearance of so many experts of Nanbei family in East Xuanyu. They were searching everywhere for the whereabouts of the fire Qilin, but the outsiders didn't know about it. To Jiang Qin, taking out the Qilin Saint blood was a very dangerous action in itself because the experts of Nanbei family were likely to sense it. However, Jiang Qin was currently in Qingfan Prefecture, the imperial capital of Great Qian Empire. It was impossible for the experts of Nanbei family to infiltrate the place directly. Sister Ning, drink and refine this saint blood. It will bring you endless benefits. Jiang Chen handed the Qilin Saint blood to Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu opened her eyes and smiled at Jiang Chen. Then, she drank the saint blood in one gulp. Wu Ningzhu's actions showed that she had enough trust in Jiang Chen. Drinking something that was casually given to her by others showed that she wasn't on guard at all. Of course, even if Wu Ningzhu was on guard against anyone in this world, she wouldn't be on guard against Jiang Chen. After drinking the Qilin Saint blood, Wu Ningzhu's qi changed once more. She had truly obtained tremendous benefits today. Countless people would be envious of her if they knew about it. It didn't take long for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to break through to the late golden immortal realm. Her qi was still rising, showing no signs of stopping. This situation was within the expectation of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They had already seen that the limit of Wu Ningzhu today was at least the half-step immortal king realm. Hong. At this time, a powerful qi suddenly gushed out from De Huang Dog's body. This was supposed to be the most critical moment for Wu Ningzhu, but now, De Huang Dog had a reaction. I, Master Dog, have been stimulated. Now, I'm going to break through to the true immortal king realm. Ha! De Huang Dog was incomparably excited and laughed loudly. He turned into a golden light and went into a room with a swoosh. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog's body originally contained a large amount of essence of great sovereign weapons, which could be refined and absorbed at any time. Now that Wu Ningzhu had undergone such a tremendous change, De Huang Dog must have been stimulated to a certain extent. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog had already been stimulated in Futian manner. Although Jiang Chen was only a late golden immortal expert, he could easily kill an intermediate golden immortal expert, and that was without his half-step immortal king form. Although De Huang Dog was a half-step immortal king, his combat strength was no match for Jiang Chen. Now, after being stimulated by Wu Ningzhu, De Huang Dog finally couldn't help but rush to the true immortal king realm. The immortal king realm was a hurdle for any immortal. It wasn't easy to cross it, but De Huang Dog was obviously not an ordinary immortal. It wasn't difficult for him to surpass the immortal king realm. Whether it was Wu Ningzhu or De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen felt very gratified. East Xuanyu was full of crises and challenges. In order to establish a foothold here, the only thing they could rely on was their own cultivation base. Only by becoming stronger and stronger could they continue to move forward. The qi of the entire courtyard was like a violent storm. Jiang Chen hastily struck out a seal to seal this place. The people of King Fan Prefecture were all busy preparing for the king conferring ceremony. Jiang Chen didn't want the situation here to affect Yang Bufan's matter. Not long after that, Wu Ningzhu's qi rose to the half-step immortal king realm and stabilized very quickly. In this state, Wu Ningzhu was like a completely different person. She had undergone a tremendous change. What did you say? Little Yu is lying in a coffin. What the hell is going on? Hearing the news about Yan Chenyu, Wu Ningzhu couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. She and Yan Chenyu were like siblings. She knew that in Jiang Chen's heart, she and Yan Chenyu were the two most important women. If something happened to Yan Chenyu, Jiang Chen was afraid that he would go crazy. I don't know about it yet, but it's very likely to be related to Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. What I need to do now is to improve my cultivation base and strength. The realm of Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian is beyond my reach now. If little Yu is really related to these two great sovereigns, I think her safety won't be a problem. When I reach that realm one day, I will naturally find out about it. For now, neither you nor I can do anything because that realm is just too far away. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Back in Saint Origin World, he was an old ancestor, standing at the peak of the heaven and earth. There was nothing that he didn't know, but everything was different in the immortal world. He was a complete newbie here. The realm of Great Sovereign was just too far away for him. However, Jiang Chen was still very confident in himself. He believed that with his ability, he would reach that legendary realm sooner or later. He could stand at the peak of Saint Origin World and he could do the same in the immortal world. In Jiang Chen's subconscious, there was no such thing as impossible. I never thought that little you would be related to two great sovereigns. No matter what, I just hope that little you will be safe and sound. Wu Ningzhu said. She was trying to comfort herself. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried and nervous at all. Don't worry. I will find little you sooner or later. Great sovereigns are nothing. If we can stand at the peak of Saint Origin World, we can do the same in the immortal world. It's just a matter of time. I like this process and am looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably confident. As a matter of fact, the Huang dog must know something about Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhang Xian. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, but since the Huang dog didn't say anything, he didn't ask too much. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why the Huang dog didn't say anything was that he was still too weak. When he became stronger, the Huang dog would naturally tell him about it. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the room. A reddish-gold pillar of light rushed out of the room, directly overturning the roof. The huge golden pillar of light rushed into the sky, illuminating the dark night. In the sky, an indistinct shadow of a celestial horse bloomed with endless brilliance. It was extremely mystical. The Huang has advanced to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The movement caused by the Huang dog's advancement to the Immortal King realm was just too great. Although it didn't alarm the entire imperial capital, it had alarmed the entire King Fan Prefecture. Of course, for King Fan Prefecture, which was filled with experts, the emergence of an immortal king wasn't a big deal. Therefore, even though the Huang dog had made a huge movement, it didn't cause any great disturbance or impact. Chapter 1438. Of course, others might not care about a newly advanced immortal king, but there was one person who would, and that was Yang Bufan. As soon as the Huang dog made his move, Yang Bufan appeared. He had once witnessed the terror of the Huang dog in Evil Abyss. He knew that this dog wasn't as simple as he looked. Even though his current cultivation base had reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, he wouldn't dare to underestimate the Huang dog. He landed beside Jiang Chen and lifted his head to look at the heavenly horse hovering in the sky. It was an incomparably mystical dragon horse. Its body was covered with golden scales. It was a divine and courageous mutated dragon horse, possessing an incomparably noble bloodline. The heavenly horse raised its head to the sky, showing its proudest side. What a powerful chi of divine beast! This is an ancient heavenly horse that can fly in the sky and the earth. It's omnipotent. I have long seen that De Huang is extraordinary, but I never thought that he would be a rare ancient divine beast, an existence that possesses the complete bloodline of a divine beast. No one can estimate his future achievements. Yang Bufan wasn't stingy with his words of praise for De Huang dog. No one would dare to doubt the potential of a divine beast. Which of those mighty demon sovereigns in the 9 immortal domains of the immortal world wasn't famous? All of them were existences that could make people tremble with fear. Every divine beast that possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast had the potential to become a demon sovereign. The Huang dog was a mutated dragon horse. His bloodline was even more powerful and precious. No one would doubt that he would become a demon sovereign one day. Very soon, the Huang dog retracted his chi. It seemed that he didn't want to be too high profile. Plus, he had also realized that an immortal king was nothing in King Fan Prefecture. The place where he and Jiang Qin were now was the most powerful place in East Xuanyu. It could be said that it was the central zone of East Xuanyu, far from the border zone like Fu City. There were as many experts as there were clouds in this place, especially in the imperial capital where there were true immortal venerables. A powerful immortal venerable was in existence that was second only to the great emperor. They were below one person and above tens of thousands of people. They were the true rulers of the immortal world. Not long after that, the Huang dog walked out of the room. Although he had advanced to the immortal king realm, the Huang dog's appearance didn't change at all. If it wasn't for the shadow of a heavenly horse, even Yang Bufan wouldn't have associated him with a divine beast dragon horse. Congratulations on advancing to the immortal king stage, brother dog. Yang Bufan laughed heartily. After sensing the divine beast bloodline in De Huang dog's body, his attitude towards De Huang dog had become even more polite. If his previous politeness towards De Huang dog was due to his relationship with Jiang Qin, it was completely different now. In this immortal world, Yang Bufan wasn't the only one who longed to befriend a divine beast. A divine beast with a complete bloodline alone was enough to have an unparalleled status. One should know that divine beasts were extremely rare even in the immortal world. Not to mention Yang Bufan, even the emperor of Great Qian Empire and the powerful immortal venerables behind him wouldn't dare to despise a divine beast. He's just an immortal king. What's there to congratulate? The Huang dog rolled his eyes and said casually. Yang Bufan smiled and didn't take it seriously. He turned his eyes to Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. When he saw the current state of Wu Ningzhu, his eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Wu Ningzhu was still an early golden immortal 2 days ago. In just 2 days, she had already advanced to the half-step immortal king realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to imagine it. Yang Bufan understood that this wasn't because of the power of his Yang soul transformation pill, but because of Wu Ningzhu's innate talent. If she was replaced by an ordinary person, even if she was given a venerable grade pill, she wouldn't be able to make such a great progress. Perhaps, she wouldn't even be able to absorb the medicinal power of the pill. It seems that there are always geniuses around geniuses. Yang Bufan couldn't help but comment. What he said was true. He had long known about Jiang Qin's innate talent. Many people who had come into contact with Jiang Qin had seen it with their own eyes. As for the people around Jiang Qin, each and every one of them was insanely powerful. Each of them could be described as monstrous geniuses. Whether it was De Huang dog, tyrant from evil abyss, or Wu Ningzhu, all of them were geniuses with extraordinary talent. Brother Yang, I heard that the king conferring ceremony will be held in a 12 days. I wonder how the preparation is going. Jiang Qin asked. He was very interested in this king conferring ceremony. There's nothing much to prepare, but there will certainly be some troubles during the ceremony. Brother, you don't know about the matters of the empire. It's far more complicated than you can imagine. Yang Bufan shook his head and said. In my eyes, only those who can go through great storms will have the last laugh. That year, Brother Yang was able to abandon everything and go to a place like Evil Abyss. Such great perseverance isn't something the other princes can compare to. Jiang Qin said, but this wasn't a compliment. Jiang Qin would never compliment others. He was just speaking the truth. Before knowing Yang Bufan's identity, he didn't think highly of him. But after knowing, he felt deep veneration for him. As a matter of fact, I don't like this kind of imperial life. In fact, I don't like this kind of emperor's life. The reason why I decided to leave back then was that I was tired of the open and veiled strife between my brothers. There's no familial love here. Here, you'll only see mutual deceit. That's why I chose to leave back then. However, this is my route after all. I still have to return in the end. Everything here is unavoidable for me. Even if it's mutual deceit, I still have to experience it. Young Bufan sighed, but from his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he had really matured a lot. His every move showed great calmness. This was probably the gap between him and the other princes and princes. There's nothing wrong with deceiving each other. The immortal world is a place of deceiving and deceiving each other. Only through constant fighting can one grow. You can defeat the evil clan, so why should you be afraid of this imperial capital? Jiang Qin smiled. He knew very well what kind of strife these princes were. Sometimes, blood brothers would turn against each other and become enemies. Now that Yang Bufan had returned, he was conferred king conferring ceremony. Naturally, many people would be envious of him. Currently, the Crown Prince Palace and King Ping are the biggest competitors of the successor. As for the other kings and princes, they won't put them in their eyes. Now that I've risen to power, they will certainly regard me as their biggest threat. The king conferring ceremony will certainly not be peaceful, but I, Yang Bufan, am not afraid. No matter what means they use, I'll take them on. In any case, young Master Futian and Huaying represented the face of Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. Killing them was equivalent to slapping the faces of these two major powers. What did the major powers care about the most? It was face. A puny golden immortal dared to provoke these two major powers. If they let this matter go, wouldn't they become a laughing stock in the future? Fu City. A white cloth was hung outside the city lord mansion. The atmosphere of the entire mansion was incomparably oppressive. Everyone in the mansion was as silent as a cicada in winter. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Ever since the death of young Master Futian, this place had never been peaceful. The roar of Fu Kuei could be heard every day. At this moment, in the main hall of the city lord mansion, a green-robed youth was standing there with a face full of anger. Standing opposite him was Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei's eyes were still glowing with red light. He hadn't calmed down from his anger. Not being able to kill Jiang Qin that day was the thing he regretted the most. What he regretted even more was that he didn't arrive a step earlier. Even if he did, his son wouldn't have to die. Of course, he didn't know that if Jiang Qin was determined to kill Futian, even if he, Fu Kuei, arrived earlier, Futian would still be dead. Dad, we must avenge second brother. So what if they are King Fan's men? Our divine line sect isn't afraid of them. The green-robed youth spoke angrily. He was none other than the eldest son of Fu Kuei, Fu Wei. He was a genius of divine line sect. His cultivation base was much more terrifying than Futian's. At such a young age, he had already reached the late immortal king realm. Such a cultivation base would give him a certain status even in divine line sect. This was because such a genius had the highest chance of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Every young immortal emperor was the hope of a major power. After Fu Kuei felt that it was hopeless to rely on Corpse Yin sect, he summoned his eldest son back. When Fu Wei heard that his brother was killed, he was naturally infuriated to the extreme. Ah Wei, just like what you said, we must avenge this. We can't rely on Corpse Yin sect anymore. For the time being, they won't offend King Fan for a dead man. So if we want to avenge our brother, we can only rely on ourselves. Fu Kuei spoke. Dad, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will certainly kill him with my own hands to avenge my brother. Fu Wei clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. He felt that if he met Jiang Qin now, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Ah Wei, do you have any ideas? That brat should be hiding in King Fan Prefecture. Even if you are from Divine Line sect, you won't have the chance to kill him. Fu Kuei spoke. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would have a relationship with King Fan. Dad, King Fan's king conferring ceremony will be held in a few days. This will be my chance. With White Tiger and King Ping present, the ceremony won't be peaceful. I have a good relationship with King Ping. When the time comes, I will follow King Ping into King Fan Prefecture. As long as that Jiang Qin appears, I will find a chance to kill him. Chapter 1440. All right. Ah Wei, I will leave the revenge of your brother to you, but don't be careless. Don't underestimate that Jiang Qin. That man is the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. Although he's only a late golden immortal, he already has the strength to kill an intermediate immortal king. Your brother died in his hands because he underestimated him. Fu Kuei reminded. He had seen Jiang Qin with his own eyes. Although he hated Jiang Qin very much, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was indeed the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. Don't worry, Dad. He's just a puny little golden immortal. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? I really don't know what's wrong with Fu Tian that he died in the hands of a golden immortal. Given my ability, if I meet that Jiang Qin, I will certainly beat him until he begs for mercy. Fu Wei was incomparably confident. From his words, it could be seen that he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes. After finishing his words, Fu Wei left. The king conferring ceremony would be held in a few days. He had to get in touch with King Ping now. Fu Wei vanished. Fu Kuei knitted his brows. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. This premonition came from Fu Wei's contempt for Jiang Qin. He had seen Jiang Qin before. Such a man must never be underestimated. However, the only thing that reassured Fu Kuei was Fu Wei's strength. He believed that a late immortal king wouldn't have any problem killing Jiang Qin. After all, the gap between a late golden immortal and a late immortal king was just too huge. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could surpass so many levels to fight. There were only a few days left before the king conferring ceremony. To immortals, a few days was just too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the king conferring ceremony. It was a big day for Yongbufan and the entire imperial capital. It was a big day for any prince of Great Qian Empire to be conferred the title of king conferring. This itself had a certain symbolic meaning. Among the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu, whenever a genius disciple advanced to the immortal emperor realm, the sect would arrange a grand ceremony to announce it to the world. This was a kind of glory, a supreme glory. Although Yongbufan hadn't advanced to the immortal emperor realm, his king conferring ceremony was equally glorious. As a matter of fact, it was because Yongbufan wasn't a true immortal emperor that people were jealous of him. Whether it was the crown prince, King Ping, or the other young princes, every one of them was conferred the title of king when they advanced to the immortal emperor realm. The immortal emperor grand ceremony and king conferring ceremony were held at the same time. In other words, in Great Qian Empire, only immortal emperors were qualified to be conferred the title of king. Reaching the immortal emperor realm was the standard threshold to be conferred the title of king. Yongbufan hadn't crossed this threshold, but he was already conferred the title of king. King Fan Prefecture was very large. There was a huge square in the middle. At this moment, the square was filled with red lanterns and silks. At the center of the square was a towering altar. The altar looked very grand. On top of it was a statue of an old man who seemed to be in his 80s or 90s. Despite his doddering appearance, the fact that this old man could be placed in the most important place of the ceremony was enough to show that this old man had an extraordinary identity. That's right. This statue was the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire, the old great emperor of the old great emperors, the first founder of Great Qian Empire. Today, Yongbufan was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, standing at the forefront of the procession, giving off the demeanor of a king. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were standing beside Jiang Qin. Old Man Bai Wang and the other two immortal emperors were standing beside Yang Bufan. The other higher-ups of King Fan Prefecture were standing behind them. The scene was very quiet. "Brother, that's the ancestor of Great Qian Empire. Even I haven't seen him before. Father won't be attending the king conferring ceremony. When Father's imperial edict arrives, we just have to kneel and greet the ancestor." Yang Bufan spoke. "Just the statue alone is already filled with majesty. To be able to create such a powerful empire, how could such a person not be admired? I wonder if this ancestor is still alive." Jiang Qin sighed. Everyone in the world worshipped the strong. Jiang Qin was no exception. Every true expert had something that made people admire them. The ancestor has been glorious all his life, creating countless glories. However, the foundation of Great Qian Empire is very strong. It has existed for thousands of years. There are two rumors about the ancestor. Some say that the ancestor is dead. Some say that the ancestor has gone to the immortal court. In any case, the ancestor is just a legend to the entire Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan spoke. Mentioning the ancestor, Yang Bufan's expression was filled with awe. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the sky, stirring up a whirlpool in the calm void. Then, a sturdy middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a green robe and there was an incomprehensible pattern on his chest. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, everyone was filled with awe. The entire King Fan Prefecture fell into complete silence. The middle-aged man didn't deliberately emit any pressure, but many of them were already sweating profusely. Even though it was just an invisible pressure, they still couldn't stand it. Very powerful. Jiang Qin was shocked. This middle-aged man was just too powerful. He had seen immortal emperors before. Fu Kuwei was an early immortal emperor, but compared to this middle-aged man, Fu Kuwei was nothing. The gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. A late immortal emperor. No, this man is a half-step immortal venerable. The foundation of Great Qian Empire is truly powerful. A random bastard can actually be a half-step immortal venerable. De Huang Dog said. Although a half-step immortal venerable wasn't a true immortal venerable, it had already far surpassed an immortal emperor. It was as difficult as ascending to the heaven to meet such a figure, but today, he had appeared in King Fan Prefecture. This showed that the emperor of Great Qian Empire still attached great importance to him. Greetings, Master of Prefecture. No one dared to be negligent. Under Yang Bufan's lead, everyone in the prefecture bowed deeply. No one dared to be disrespectful to this big shot. Yang Zanqing was the person in charge of Genius Prefecture in the imperial capital. He was the favorite of the current emperor, second only to the emperor. Even Yang Bufan didn't expect that Yang Zanqing would appear in person today. Such treatment was too high, which made Yang Bufan feel flattered. Who in the entire Great Qian Empire didn't know the name of Yang Zanqing? Back then, Yang Zanqing was the general of the empire and had the title of ever-victorious general. His meritorious deeds were innumerable. Once, in the war against Great Cloud Empire, he annihilated millions of enemies and beheaded the generals of the enemy. The imperial edict has arrived. Yang Bufan, receive the imperial edict. The emperor of Great Qian Empire has conferred the title of King Fan to Prince Yang Bufan. The ancestral worship ceremony begins now. Yang Zanqing was holding an imperial edict that was radiating golden light and read the content aloud. Chapter 1441. The whole scene was incomparably solemn. Everyone was looking up at the altar in the sky with eyes full of awe. Yang Bufan received the imperial edict and came to the statue of the ancestral master with a solemn face. Then, he knelt in front of the statue and kowtowed 3 times. No matter how arrogant the disciples of Yang family of Great Qian Empire were, they wouldn't dare to show any disrespect or neglect in front of the ancestral master. Even if the current emperor was here, he would have to kowtow to the ancestral master. The king conferring ceremony was very simple. There wasn't any complicated process. It only required an imperial edict from the emperor and Yang Bufan to kowtow to the ancestral master to complete the ceremony. In other words, after these 3 kowtows, Yang Bufan would become the real King Fan. From then on, he would have a pivotal position in Great Qian Empire. Bufan, I've thought highly of you in the past. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Among the many princes, you're considered a promising young man. That year, when you left Genius Prefecture, it seems that you didn't bring disgrace to the prestige of Genius Prefecture. Today, you've been conferred the title of King Conferring. I'm happy for you. This is the gift I've prepared for you. Yang Zanqing said. His words were full of praise for Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan felt honored to be praised by Yang Zanqing. He knew Yang Zanqing's ability and character very well. Across the entire Great Qian Empire, there weren't many people who could be praised by him. Being praised by him was something to be proud of. Yang Zanqing's hand was like a magic trick. A medicinal herb appeared in his hand. It was a jade-like ginseng. Its whole body was milky white. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Snow Jade King Ginseng. Master of Prefecture, this gift is too precious. How can Bufan afford it? Yang Bufan's expression changed. The Snow Jade King Ginseng was a rare medicinal herb. It had reached the venerable grade. It was simply a rare treasure. But Yang Zanqing took it out and gave it to Yang Bufan. Even a fool could see how important Yang Zanqing was to Yang Bufan. Although Yang Bufan was a prince and had been conferred the title of King Fan, he didn't dare to slight Yang Zanqing in the slightest. He even addressed Yang Zanqing as Lord. This showed how high Yang Zanqing's status was in Great Qian Empire. Gosh! It's a rare venerable grade spiritual herb, Snow Jade King Ginseng. Such a treasure is extremely beneficial even to Master of Prefecture. I didn't expect him to gift it to King Fan. Even Elder Bai Wang was unable to hide his astonishment. The Snow Jade King Ginseng is too precious. It will bring unimaginable benefits to King Fan. King Fan has just advanced to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. After a period of time, when his cultivation base reaches the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, this Snow Jade King Ginseng will help him break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Master of Prefecture is truly considerate. There are as many geniuses in Genius Prefecture as there are clouds in the sky. King Fan is the first to be treated like this by him. Let's just wait and see. Even Yang Zanqing thinks highly of King Fan. King Fan will surely achieve great things in the future. The faces of the experts of King Fan Prefecture revealed a look of surprise. Apart from the preciousness of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, it also represented the importance that Yang Zanqing attached to Yang Bufan. One should know that King Ping and Crown Prince were both from Genius Prefecture, but Yang Zanqing didn't even present them with any treasures on the day of their conferring ceremony, let alone the Snow Jade King Ginseng. What the hell is Genius Prefecture? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. Although they were talking about the master of Genius Prefecture, both De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin knew nothing about this Genius Prefecture. However, they could also imagine that Genius Prefecture should be a very important department of Great Qian Empire. Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but Genius Prefecture is a place that specializes in cultivating geniuses in Great Qian Empire. Many aristocrats, princes and grandsons, descendants of high-ranking officials and the outstanding geniuses selected from the countless sects of Great Qian Empire will be sent to Genius Prefecture for cultivation. In other words, Genius Prefecture is the gathering place of the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and Crown Prince are from Genius Prefecture. King Fan also left Genius Prefecture from that place. You can imagine Yang Zanqing's status in Genius Prefecture. Old Man Bai Weng explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were enlightened. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for Yang Zanqing once more. At the same time, Jiang Qin couldn't help but have some interest in Genius Prefecture. One should know that as one of the 11 major powers, Great Qian Empire's sphere of influence was just too vast. Putting aside the princes and grandsons, there were also countless sects under the empire. Each sect was cultivating geniuses for the empire. Every year, there would be top geniuses selected to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. It was the most appropriate word to describe Genius Prefecture as the gathering place of geniuses. This was the foundation of an empire. It was the foundation of a powerful empire. However, the Emperor of Great Qian Empire had entrusted such an incomparably important place to Yang Zanqing. Apart from showing the Emperor's trust in Yang Zanqing, it also showed Yang Zanqing's ability. This point could be seen from King Fan's incomparably respectful attitude towards Yang Zanqing. Take it. Yang Zanqing casually waved his hand and threw the snow jade King Ginseng into Yang Bufan's hand as though he was throwing rubbish. Yang Bufan hastily and carefully received the snow jade King Ginseng. This was a peerless venerable great herb. Even ordinary immortal venerables would treat it as a treasure, let alone Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan was touched. He knew that although Yang Zanqing seemed to have thrown the snow jade King Ginseng casually, he was actually feeling very distressed in his heart. If he was in Yang Bufan's position, he would also feel distressed. Thank you, Master of Prefecture. Yang Bufan bowed to Yang Zanqing once more. When he raised his head again, he found that Yang Zanqing had already disappeared. The king conferring ceremony was just that simple. It ended just like that, but in fact, it was just the beginning. Crown Prince has arrived. King Ping has arrived. King Yun has arrived. 9th Prince has arrived. 13th Prince has arrived. Young Master Zhao of Grand Preceptor Prefecture has arrived. As soon as Yang Zanqing left, the loud voice of the guards outside was heard. Then, a large number of people began to rush towards the square. Upon seeing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He knew that what should come would come sooner or later. He couldn't stop it. These people had been here for a long time. The reason why they didn't come in directly was that Yang Zanqing was here. Most of these people were from Genius Prefecture. Who would dare to disrespect Yang Zanqing? Even the Crown Prince had to be as docile as a kitten in front of Yang Zanqing. Now that Yang Zanqing had left, they came in without any hesitation. They came in the name of congratulating Yang Zanqing. So the king conferring ceremony had just begun. Chapter 1442. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan descended from the sky and stood in front of the camp of King Fan Prefecture. Brother, the guests have arrived. We have to welcome them. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Of course we have to welcome them. Jiang Qin smiled. He didn't know whether Jiang Qin was lucky to encounter such a grand scene as soon as he arrived in Great Qian Empire. Anyway, Jiang Qin's passion and fighting spirit had been aroused. He had seen the demeanor of the true geniuses. This was the real immortal world. One Line Sky was on a totally different level compared to this place. A large number of experts were marching towards them. The one in the lead was clad in a golden robe and a purple gold crown with a spiraling dragon embroidered on his chest. In the entire Great Qian Empire, apart from the emperor, only the crown prince was qualified to wear a dragon-shaped robe. He was the crown prince. He seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Qin. He had a dignified look on his face. His body exuded the qi of an immortal emperor. Jiang Qin discovered that this crown prince wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but he was afraid that even an ordinary intermediate immortal emperor wouldn't be a match for him in terms of combat strength. This is the crown prince. He controls a major power called White Tiger, which is very prestigious in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan said in a low voice. Look at that. He's King Ping, also a peak early immortal emperor. His power in Genius Prefecture and the imperial capital isn't any weaker than the crown prince. Although the other princes are also immortal emperors, their power and influence are far inferior to the crown prince and King Ping. Look at their unsightly faces. Do you know why? Yang Bufan pointed to another man in white and said. The man was tall and handsome. His gestures were filled with the aura of a superior. He was a true emperor. He was King Ping, called Yang Buping. He and the crown prince's face looked incomparably unsightly. The other princes didn't look too good either. Because they saw Yang Zanqing giving you the Snow Jade King ginseng. How smart was Jiang Qin? He could naturally guess the reason behind this. That's right. You should know that even the crown prince didn't receive any gift from Yang Zanqing when he was conferred as the crown prince. But today, King Fan received a rare venerable grade Snow Jade King ginseng. This naturally made them jealous. Of course, apart from jealousy, they also felt threatened. King Fan is a potential threat to them. Bai Wang said as he stroked his beard out of habit. Old man Bai Wang's words were easy to understand. The return of King Fan had already made them feel a strong sense of competitiveness. Now, even Yang Zanqing was praising Yang Bufan, which further showed Yang Bufan's potential. How could Crown Prince and King Ping bear it? At this time, Jiang Chen knitted his brows and shifted his gaze to King Ping's camp. He could sense a murderous intent that was directed at him, not Yang Bufan. Sure enough, when Jiang Chen looked over, he saw a green-robed young man staring at him with a venomous gaze. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Who's this? Why does he have such a murderous intent towards me? Jiang Chen knitted his brows in puzzlement. He had only been here for a short period of time. He didn't know these people at all. Moreover, whether it was the Crown Prince or King Ping, both of them were here for Yang Bufan. Even if they had killing intent, it should be directed at Yang Bufan, but this young man was obviously targeting him. Others might not be able to sense the hidden killing intent, but given how sharp Jiang Chen's senses were, even the slightest change in the environment wouldn't be able to hide from him. Humph. No matter who you are, you need to have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. Although this man had the cultivation base of a late immortal king, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. He might not be able to defeat such an expert, but it was absolutely impossible for this man to kill him. The Crown Prince and the others had indeed been here for some time, waiting for the end of the king conferring ceremony. Unexpectedly, they saw the Snow Jade King ginseng that Yang Zanqing gave to Yang Bufan, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They had already made up their minds. Since Yang Zanqing thought highly of Yang Bufan, they must embarrass Yang Bufan today. Ha! Congratulations, King Fan. Today is such a joyous day. If we don't come, wouldn't it be impolite? King Ping was the first to speak. He laughed loudly, looking incomparably sincere on the surface. Such a man was the most shrewd and also the scariest. From this point alone, it could be seen that this King Ping was scarier than the Crown Prince. The crown prince's unkind face hadn't changed since he came in. This alone showed that he wasn't as good as King Ping. The presence of the crown prince, King Ping, and my royal brothers has brought light to my humble abode. Yang Bufan clasped his fists. In the face of the pressure from so many experts, Yang Bufan's face remained calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He had the demeanor of a great master, which was admirable. Old Man Bai Wang and the others nodded silently and praised him. In any case, King Fan's chi didn't lose to them at all. Even though he was only a half-step immortal emperor, the chi of a king in his body was on par with the crown prince and King Ping. They could even feel a kind of chi from Yang Bufan that the crown prince and King Ping didn't have. It was a sense of steadiness, the chi of a superior, and the domineering aura that could control everything with just a wave of his hand. Of course, a man who had been the Lord of Evil for 10 years wouldn't be comparable to the crown prince and King Ping in terms of experience and temperament. Those who hadn't stayed in that kind of tragic environment would never know the horror of that place. Only the superior who had walked out of that kind of place could be called a true superior. King Fan, today is your wedding day. If there's no program to liven things up, wouldn't it be imperfect? Since you have been conferred the title of king, I'm sure that there must be a lot of extraordinary people under your command. Our great Qian Empire advocates the martial Tao and pays particular attention to the strong. The establishment of Genius Prefecture represents the prosperity of our geniuses. Every king must have some geniuses by their side. Why don't we select some geniuses for a competition? What do you think, King Fan? The crown prince spoke. Without any extra congratulatory words, he went straight to the point to make things difficult. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, the facial expression of Old Man Bai Wang and the others changed instantly. This crown prince is too shameless. How dare he use this trick to make things difficult for King Fan? He knows that King Fan has just returned and hasn't even returned to Genius Prefecture. He doesn't have any geniuses following him. On the other hand, Crown Prince and King Ping have gathered a large number of geniuses, many of whom are from Genius Prefecture. Chapter 1443. The atmosphere on King Fan's side changed all of a sudden. On the other side, everyone's face revealed a mocking smile. That's right. They came here today to watch King Fan make a fool of himself. If Yang Bufan made a fool of himself in his own king-conferring ceremony, he would become the laughingstock of Great Qian Empire. He would never be able to raise his head again and lose the qualification to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. He might even lose the qualification to compete with the other kings and princes. Only the Crown Prince, King Ping, Yang Bufan and everyone else present were as clear as a mirror about this. Old Man Bai Wang and the others' faces turned incomparably unsightly. Only they knew the current situation of King Fan Prefecture. Compared to King Ping Prefecture, King Fan Prefecture was still very weak, but it had great potential for development. Yang Bufan had just returned to Great Qian Empire not long ago. It was already very good that he could win over so many experts in such a short time. As for those geniuses of Great Qian Empire, they were basically in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan hadn't been to Genius Prefecture since his return. Therefore, there wasn't a single genius following him. This in itself was a great irony. Great Qian Empire respected the strong and overflowed with geniuses. The existence of Genius Prefecture itself represented the importance that Great Qian Empire attached to these geniuses. Therefore, although the Crown Prince's request of letting the geniuses compete seemed excessive, it was also reasonable. At least, Yang Bufan had no reason to refuse. In other words, Yang Bufan could admit defeat directly, but he couldn't refuse. However, could Yang Bufan admit defeat directly? That was impossible. Admitting defeat was equivalent to losing everything. He was afraid that the emperor would strip him of the title of King Fan tomorrow. A king of Great Qian Empire couldn't admit defeat, especially in the king conferring ceremony. This was no longer just a matter of face. It had already involved the future development of King Fan. This was also the most awkward situation King Fan was in. Old Man Bai Wang and the others understood his situation. The Crown Prince and King Ping also understood it. If Yang Bufan couldn't find a genius to fight for him, the Crown Prince and King Ping would take this opportunity to mock him. If a dignified king was defeated in the king conferring ceremony, how was he going to show his face in the imperial capital in the future? What? King Fan doesn't dare. Do you want this Crown Prince to lend you a few geniuses? My white tiger doesn't lack geniuses the least. The Crown Prince said sarcastically. Isn't it a bit too much for the Crown Prince to do this? He clearly knows that King Fan doesn't have any genius under him. Isn't this a slap to King Fan's face? King Ping said with a smile. This guy was really a shrewd person. He had directly mocked both his opponents. First, he mocked the Crown Prince for purposely making things difficult for him, and then he mocked King Fan for having no subordinates. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Since the Crown Prince is interested, how could I refuse? Yang Bufan burst into laughter. His expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He was extremely calm because he wasn't afraid at all. He had a trump card, and that was Jiang Qin. Old Man Bai Wang and the others couldn't understand why King Fan could still smile at this moment. Could it be that he had really found a genius to fight? Could it be that Jiang Qin? That's right. There was a Jiang Qin here. The others might not know much about Jiang Qin, but Old Man Bai Wang did. A person who could kill young Master Futian could indeed hold the fort. War God Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Qin and patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Brother, I'm counting on you this time. Yang Bufan shrugged, showing a look of helplessness. Jiang Qin smiled. He could see the current situation very clearly, so he didn't decline. Yang Bufan needed him. Of course, he wouldn't refuse. You trust me that much? Jiang Qin asked with a smile. Of course. Big brother's future depends on you. Yang Bufan's smile was very clear. It was a kind of trust. Jiang Qin could feel that Yang Bufan trusted him without the slightest doubt. Jiang Qin knew that the reason why Yang Bufan asked him to fight was not only for himself, but also for Jiang Qin. He wanted to make Jiang Qin famous. It was impossible to stay low-key in the imperial capital. All right. Jiang Qin nodded and took a step forward. Crown Prince, this is my brother. His name is Jiang Qin. He's also the most powerful genius by my side. Today, I'll send him to fight. Yang Bufan spoke in a clear voice. In front of so many people, he admitted that Jiang Qin was his brother and not his follower. This point alone was enough to prove that he really regarded Jiang Qin as his brother. As a matter of fact, he was most relieved to send Jiang Qin to fight. Even if there were other powerful geniuses by his side, he would still send Jiang Qin to fight. Compared to Old Man Bai Wang, he was the one who truly understood Jiang Qin. This was an extremely terrifying guy with astonishing explosive power. His performance in Evil Abyss was enough to prove it. Yang Bufan was most relieved to bet his future on Jiang Qin. What? Everyone, including Crown Prince and King Ping, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw a golden immortal. Shortly after, they burst into laughter. There was only one person who didn't laugh. He was the green-robed man who stood beside King Ping and revealed killing intent towards Jiang Qin. Wasn't this a joke? What was Yang Bufan thinking by sending a golden immortal to fight? This is hilarious. King Ping, you should have just said it if you don't have any subordinates. Why did you send a puny little golden immortal to humiliate us? That's right, King Ping. We are all from Genius Prefecture. The lowest cultivation base among us is an early immortal king. Isn't this a humiliation to us by sending a golden immortal? King Ping, don't force yourself if you can't find anyone. We will understand. You just have to lower your head and admit defeat to His Highness the Crown Prince. This puny golden immortal isn't even worth a slap. In their opinion, this was just too funny. Which one of them wasn't an immortal king expert? They couldn't even find a half-step immortal king expert. If they were asked to fight a golden immortal, they wouldn't have the slightest interest in it at all. The faces of the people of King Fan Prefecture turned incomparably unsightly. They couldn't do anything to be humiliated like this. Look at your pathetic faces. Let them have some fun first. They will cry later. Old man Bai Wang reprimanded in a low voice. Bai Wang, could it be that you have so much confidence in this Jiang Qin? An immortal emperor beside him asked. I don't know anything else. I only know that he has really killed young Master Fujian. Old man Bai Wang said. Based on this point alone, he believed that Jiang Qin would certainly surprise them today. Chapter 1444. Old man Bai Wang seemed to have a lot of confidence in Jiang Qin, but the others didn't have that much confidence. All of them were skeptical, but at least someone was going to fight. It was better than no one at all. Otherwise, King Fan Prefecture would lose a lot of face. King Fan, I hope you will be more serious. This competition isn't a joke. You are sending a puny little golden immortal to fight. The weakest genius here is an early immortal king. Wouldn't it look bad if he was killed with a slap? The Crown Prince spoke sourly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look Jiang Qin in the eye, but this was understandable. After all, Jiang Qin was merely a golden immortal. How could a high and mighty Crown Prince put him in his eyes? Crown Prince, I'm very serious. I hope you will treat this seriously as well. By the way, let me kindly remind you that this brother of mine doesn't have a good temper. He doesn't know how to control his strength. You'd better not send an early immortal king genius out. If my brother can't control himself and kills him with a slap, it won't look good. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These words sounded like a humiliation to the Crown Prince, but he was speaking the truth for the sake of the Crown Prince. If the other party really sent an early immortal king, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to defeat him with a finger. King Fan, you're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. In any case, you're the one who asked for this humiliation. The Crown Prince's face was cold. He had decided not to be polite to King Fan anymore. In any case, he had come here today to humiliate King Fan. He wouldn't say anything even if he killed this brat. After all, it was very hard to control the battle between an immortal king and a golden immortal. After killing Jiang Qin, he would like to see who else King Fan would send to fight. Today's trouble had just begun. Which one of you is willing to fight? The Crown Prince spoke to a dozen geniuses who had walked out from Genius Prefecture. Those geniuses exchanged glances with each other. None of them had the slightest intention to fight. It could be seen that they looked down on Jiang Qin, thinking that Jiang Qin wasn't qualified to be their opponent. Yin Hong, come and fight. The Crown Prince spoke. A young man in black robes walked out. This young man had an extraordinary demeanor. His cultivation base was at the early immortal king realm. Such a character wasn't considered anything in Genius Prefecture, but such a young immortal king was already something to be proud of. Your Highness, I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill him and embarrass King Fan. Yin Hong said with a frown, looking extremely impatient. From the looks of it, he did not want to fight. He felt that fighting a golden immortal would lower his status. You don't have to worry about this. Just use your full strength. If you have the ability to kill my brother, I will give up my title of King Fan. King Fan said. What? King Fan's words caused another round of exclamations. No one had thought that King Fan would have such great confidence in Jiang Qin. He even took out his title of King Fan. Wasn't this bet a little too big? King Fan, don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke. King Ping reminded. King Fan, do you mean what you said? The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. Of course it counts. King Fan said solemnly. Good. Yin Hong, don't hold back. Kill him directly. The Crown Prince issued a killing order. He absolutely didn't believe that Yin Hong couldn't defeat a puny little golden immortal. No matter how talented the opponent was, how heaven-defying could he be? Even the Crown Prince himself could only fight a half-step immortal king when he was a late golden immortal. He wouldn't be a match for a true immortal king, let alone a genius like Yin Hong. Brother, in that case, don't hold back. Yang Bufan spoke to Jiang Qin. In terms of cruelty and mercilessness, the Crown Prince was still no match for him. Yang Bufan had seen many life and death situations in Evil Abyss. So what if he killed someone? Today, he wanted to make a name for himself. No matter what the opponent's moves were, he would take them all on. Since the Crown Prince wanted to kill, he didn't mind using blood as a sacrifice for his king-conferring ceremony. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He hated being restrained the most. There was no need to be polite in a battle. In that case, let's begin, said the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince spoke, he waved his hand and struck out a sheet of golden light. The golden light formed a huge light shield in front of him. The inside of the shield was the location of the battle. This was a very good method. After all, the combat strength of a battle between immortal kings would be very shocking. If there weren't any protective measures, perhaps the entire King Fan prefecture would be turned upside down. The Crown Prince didn't care about the destruction of King Fan prefecture, but he couldn't ignore the rules of the imperial capital. No large-scale battle was allowed in the imperial capital. It was a crime to destroy the buildings of the imperial capital. With this light barrier, he wouldn't have to worry about the impact of the energy overflow. This was a light barrier deployed by a peak early immortal emperor expert. Even the most powerful immortal king wouldn't be able to break it. This was almost certain. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Qin strode into the light barrier. At the same time, Yin Hong, who was on the opposite side, walked in with a sneer. Jiang Qin, I advise you to admit defeat now, then kneel down and kowtow to me. In this way, you can still keep your life, Yin Hong spoke. He was eager to see the scene of Jiang Qin kowtowing and admitting defeat. One should know that Jiang Qin represented King Fan now. If Jiang Qin knelt down and kowtowed to him, King Fan's reputation would be ruined and he would no longer be able to show his face in the imperial capital. You are thinking too much. Jiang Qin shook his head. Bah! I really don't know where a puny little golden immortal gets his confidence from. Asking me to fight personally is an insult to me. I've decided to slap you to death to save me the trouble. Yin Hong spat on the ground. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was just like an ant. The gap between them was just too huge. If he couldn't kill Jiang Qin with a single slap, then he would lose all his face. You talk a lot of nonsense. I don't want to take advantage of you. You make the first move. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. His disdainful attitude had completely infuriated Yin Hong. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Yin Hong was infuriated. He fully unleashed the chi of an early immortal king. His palm radiated golden light. With a sway of his body, he launched an attack at Jiang Qin. No one knew how much force was contained in that terrifying slap. It seemed that if Jiang Qin was hit by this slap, he would certainly die. Chapter 1445. Not only White Tiger's side, but the others also had the same expression. Even King Ping couldn't help but sigh. Just like Crown Prince, he wouldn't believe that a late golden immortal could fight against an immortal king. Only King Fan and Old Man Bai Wang looked calm. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu were even more indifferent. They didn't even have the interest to watch the battle, because they already knew the result almost without the need to fight. In such a battle, there would indeed be an instant kill, but it would never be Yin Hong who could kill Jiang Qin in a second. The qi in the battlefield was overwhelming. Jiang Qin stood there without moving. When Yin Hong's palm was about to touch him, Jiang Qin moved. His movement was very simple. He raised his palm effortlessly and the void was shattered by him. Paw! Two palms collided in an instant. However, the scene that everyone imagined didn't happen. Jiang Qin wasn't killed by Yin Hong's slap. Yin Hong's palm couldn't even shake Jiang Qin. Ka-cha! The next moment, a bone-breaking sound was heard. Everyone was horrified to see that Yin Hong's palm was broken like a toy under Jiang Qin's palm. On Yin Hong's wrist, the white bone was pierced through the skin. Blood kept flowing out along the pierced skin. It looked incomparably ferocious. Arg! Even with Yin Hong's powerful cultivation base, he couldn't bear such a huge pain. It was a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. He felt that he had lost all his combat strength in an instant in the hands of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's face was indifferent, as though he had experienced such a scene too many times. The blood of his opponent couldn't affect him in the slightest. His eyes were incomparably cold, like a god of death. Yin Hong struggled violently, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Qin's grasp at all. He was like a weak rabbit that was firmly controlled by Jiang Qin. Only now did Yin Hong realize how foolish he was. He really shouldn't have underestimated this young man in front of him. He believed that as long as he didn't underestimate his opponent, even if he lost, he wouldn't end up like this. In reality, Yin Hong's thoughts were just wishful thinking. He simply did not understand just how big of a gap there was between him and Jiang Qin. Even if he unleashed his full strength, the outcome would still be the same. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Jiang Qin grabbed Yin Hong's broken hand with one hand, then raised his other hand and slapped Yin Hong's face fiercely. Paw! The crisp sound of a slap reverberated throughout the entire square. This slap landed on Yin Hong's face, but the Crown Prince, who was outside, felt a burning pain on his face. This was no different from slapping him in the face. Thump! Yin Hong was heavily slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin. Half of his face was smashed into a bloody mess. After Yin Hong fell to the ground, he wriggled violently but did not have the strength to stand up. My God! How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed. Whether it was White Tiger, King Ping Prefecture, or the others, including the people of King Fan Prefecture, all of them had their mouths wide open in disbelief. To them, this was like a dream. It was completely unbelievable. Edited by Lifer, Finger Fox. Where did this bastard come from? His cultivation base is only at the late Golden Immortal realm. How could he defeat an early immortal king so easily? Abnormal. This is just too abnormal. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping couldn't do this at this realm. Could it be that this young man's talent is even higher than the Crown Prince and King Ping? How could there be such an abnormal figure around King Fan? This is too horrifying. A late golden immortal could defeat an early immortal king. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Exclamations were everywhere. This was just too shocking. Amazing. This Jiang Chen is just too amazing. No wonder King Fan wants him to take action and even bet his king title. This is confidence. What a good Jiang Chen. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint us. The Crown Prince wanted to use Yin Hong to slap King Fan's face, but now, his face was slapped instead. How satisfying. The faces of the people of King Fan Prefecture were filled with excitement. Their worries just now were gone. They had completely believed the fact that Jiang Chen had killed young Master Fu Tian. That early immortal King Yin Hong wasn't even worth a fart in front of Jiang Chen. It seemed like a fart from Jiang Chen was enough to kill Yin Hong. Yang Bufan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an unchanging smile on his face. This scene was within his expectation. On the battlefield, Yin Hong's body was twitching and screaming. Jiang Chen gave him a contemptuous glance, then raised his foot and stomped on Yin Hong's face. Bah! Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of me? I won't kill you because you don't even have the qualification to die in my hands. Jiang Chen imitated Yin Hong's action of spitting. His saliva landed directly on Yin Hong's face. Yin Hong rolled his eyes and fainted. He had fainted due to the humiliation. He was a dignified immortal king, a genius of Genius Prefecture. But now, he was told that he didn't even have the qualification to die in his opponent's hands. How humiliating was this? Fainting just like that. Trash. Jiang Chen showed a look of disgust, then casually kicked Yin Hong out of the light shield, landing right at the feet of the Crown Prince. The reason why he didn't kill Yin Hong was to humiliate the Crown Prince. This was even more excessive than killing Yin Hong, because this was the most direct humiliation. It was like slapping the Crown Prince's face. Moreover, even if Yin Hong wasn't the Crown Prince, he was basically crippled, and the Crown Prince wouldn't let him have an easy time. Useless thing. The Crown Prince spoke with incomparable anger. Then, someone dragged Yin Hong away from the back. It was really shameful for Yin Hong to stay here. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. No one dared to look down on this young man anymore, because Jiang Chen had given them too much of a shock. What a powerful guy. He's really abnormal. If such a genius grows up, his future will be limitless. King Ping thought to himself, already feeling jealous of Yang Bufan. In his point of view, if such a genius could come to his side and help him, he would rise to the top sooner or later. Crown Prince, thank you for letting me win. It seems like my title of King Fan has been preserved. Chapter 1446. Yang Bufan was very happy. Old Man Bai Wang was equally happy. He was glad that he had saved Jiang Chen half a month ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with today's situation. Old Man Bai Wang felt that a single Jiang Chen was more useful than a dozen geniuses in Crown Prince Palace. In the camp of King Ping Prefecture, the green-clothed man's blade-like eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. He wanted to see through Jiang Chen and see how terrifying this man who could kill his brother was. After witnessing how Jiang Chen dealt with Yin Hong, the green-clothed man no longer looked down on Jiang Chen, but he was after all a late immortal king. Even though Jiang Chen's performance was very powerful, he still didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Crown Prince, I've just reminded you not to send any early immortal king geniuses, but you didn't listen to me. What a pity. If it wasn't for my brother's mercy, that man would have been dead by now. Yang Bufan continued. The Crown Prince's face darkened, but he had no way to fight back, because what Yang Bufan said was right. He did warn him just now, but that kind of warning was the same as ridicule. Your Highness, let me fight this Jiang Qin. If Yin Hong didn't underestimate his opponent, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. I would like to see how powerful a golden immortal can be. Another black-clothed youth from the Crown Prince Palace stood out. His name was Chu Shuangting, an intermediate immortal king, much stronger than Yin Hong and comparable to young Master Futian. All right. Shuangting, go and fight him. There's no need to hold back. The Crown Prince said. He also wanted to see how powerful this Jiang Qin was. The reason why he asked Chu Shuangting not to hold back was because he could see the potential threat of Jiang Qin. Although Yin Hong had indeed underestimated his opponent in the battle just now, it was impossible for the Crown Prince to not see it. Even if Yin Hong didn't underestimate his opponent, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. Both of them weren't on the same level at all. The so-called underestimating one's opponent only applied to two parties with similar strength. When there was a huge gap between the two parties, underestimating the opponent or not wouldn't change the outcome. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely get rid of this person for you. As Chu Shuangting spoke, he strode forward and directly entered the battlefield that was sealed by the barrier of light. Your Royal Highness, you're going to take turns fighting him. Isn't that unfair to Jiang Qin? Old Man Bai Wang said. He was a straightforward person, and he would speak up if he disliked something. There were still more than 10 geniuses in the Crown Prince's palace and King Ping's side. If they continued to fight in this way, even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be exhausted to death. Elder Bai Wang, you're wrong. His Highness didn't say that you have to send Jiang Qin to fight. It's fine if you can find another genius. Prince Yun spoke. Under normal circumstances, he seldom spoke when the Crown Prince and King Ping were around. Although they were all kings, Prince Yun knew that his strength wasn't comparable to the two of them. But recently, Prince Yun and the Crown Prince had been very close. It seemed that he had the intention of getting closer to the Crown Prince's palace. Therefore, he spoke up for the Crown Prince. Prince Yun's words made Old Man Bai Wang swallow his words. Although it was shameless, Old Man Bai Wang couldn't find any reason to refute it because what Prince Yun said was right and reasonable. He also didn't mention that Jiang Qin had to fight the battle. Unfortunately, King Fan Prefecture couldn't find another genius. They couldn't let King Fan fight the battle himself. Therefore, only Jiang Qin could fight the battle. It doesn't matter. Jiang brother can handle it, Yang Bufan said indifferently. Instead, he looked at Jiang Qin with even more astonishment. What kind of monstrous genius is this kid? Why is he so powerful? Chapter 1447. Not good. It seems like Jiang brother isn't a match for Chu Shuangting. The people of King Fan Prefecture frowned. Everyone present was an expert, so they could see the situation of the battle very clearly. They were a little worried about Jiang Qin, but they also felt that it was excusable. After all, Jiang Qin was only a late golden immortal. It was already very shocking for him to be able to defeat an early immortal king, so it was normal that he couldn't defeat an intermediate immortal king. Fundamentally speaking, they didn't have much hope for the battle between Jiang Qin and Chu Shuangting. On the other hand, the people of Crown Prince Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Although Jiang Qin's performance had shocked them, they didn't dare to say anything. Chu Shuangting still managed to suppress him. Otherwise, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, if a golden immortal was too strong, it would be very difficult for them to accept it. Jiang Qin, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I have never seen a golden immortal reach such a level. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are not my opponent at all. Chu Shuangting said. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Make your move. Jiang Qin put on an impatient look. He hated this kind of person who kept talking nonsense during a battle the most. The nonsense that came out of his mouth wasn't nutritious at all. Humph. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Just now, it was just a casual blow from me. Next, it will be your doomsday. Chu Shuangting snorted coldly. It seemed like he didn't want to waste time. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible to regain the face of the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince was in a good mood at that time, he would definitely reward him greatly. Starlight Fist. Chu Shuangting drew a profound arc with his hands. Blue starlight lingered around him. Huge fists began to condense. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the shadows of his fists. Starlight Fist was an incomparably powerful combat skill. Chu Shuangting had used the Starlight Fist right from the start. It was clear that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin directly. Facing such a powerful attack from Chu Shuangting, the people of King Fan Prefecture started to worry. There was no way they wouldn't worry. After all, Chu Shuangting was much more powerful than Yin Hong. They weren't on the same level at all. Come, Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Facing the powerful Starlight Fist, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He immediately shot out 3 golden dragons. The Golden Dragon Seal was the most powerful attack of the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. When used purely as an attack, it was even more terrifying than directly using the 5 Elements Battle Dragon Seal. Roar! With a dragon roar, 3 lifelike golden true dragons set off a torrential storm and collided with Chu Shuangting's Starlight Fist. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Even the light shield outside was trembling. Cracks were constantly appearing in the void. The sparks from the collisions on the entire battlefield were almost converging into a sea of fire. The Starlight Fist continued to evolve. The powerful immortal King Qi soon submerged the 3 golden dragons. Then, the Starlight Fist and the true dragons continued to collide. The collision lasted for 2 minutes before it stopped. When all the energy waves disappeared, Jiang Qin was forced to the edge of the light barrier and was almost knocked out. Chu Shuangting, on the other hand, was still high-spirited and full of battle intent. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. What the hell is the background of this Jiang Qin? I wonder where this monster came from. He's so powerful. Chu Shuangting's Starlight Fist couldn't even kill him. It seems like he couldn't even injure him. This is too inconceivable. Yeah, this guy is too abnormal. Even in the genius prefecture of Great Qian Empire, there has never been such a powerful figure. If the prefecture lord sees this kid, I'm afraid he will immediately treat him as a treasure. That's right. I wonder where King Fan dug out this treasure from. If this Jiang Qin is allowed to grow, Jiang Qin will be of great use to King Fan. Unfortunately, this Jiang Chen's outstanding performance isn't a good thing. The Crown Prince and King Ping won't let him go. With such a person by King Fan's side, the Crown Prince and King Ping won't feel at ease. No one wasn't shocked. Although Jiang Qin was at a disadvantage in the battle just now, no one dared to mock him. Even if he was defeated, how many people could do this? They knew that they couldn't do it, so they had no right to mock Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically. Shuangting, don't hold back. End the battle quickly. The Crown Prince said impatiently. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the battle between Chu Shuangting and Jiang Qin for so long. In his opinion, Chu Shuangting should be able to kill Jiang Qin in an instant. Brother, don't hold back. His Highness Crown Prince likes to end the battle quickly. Yang Bufan also reminded him. As soon as these words came out, the people of King Fan Prefecture suddenly felt refreshed. Looking at King Fan's expression, it seemed that Jiang Qin still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used yet. Originally, they didn't have any hope for Jiang Qin, but now, they suddenly had a feeling. All right. Chu Shuangting and Jiang Qin responded at the same time. Chu Shuangting was responding to the Crown Prince, while Jiang Qin was responding to King Fan. Jiang Qin, do you still have a trump card? You are just a puny golden immortal. Even if you have a trump card, how powerful can it be? My trump card is not something you can withstand. Chu Shuangting said. Is that so? The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth overflowed with a sneer. Immediately, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body like a tide, covering the sky and earth. Immediately, Jiang Qin let out a dragon roar towards the sky. A terrifying power erupted like a volcano. Under countless shocked gazes, Jiang Qin's body turned into a half-human half-dragon, completing the dragon transformation in an instant. What? Seeing this, everyone present, including Chu Shuangting, couldn't help but exclaim again. Everyone present was an expert. They were keenly aware that Jiang Qin's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times after using the dragon transformation. A tenfold increase in combat strength was unimaginably terrifying. What kind of skill is this? A transformation skill? A tenfold increase in combat strength? How can there be such an abnormal skill in this world? Tenfold increase in combat strength, even the legendary taboo technique can't achieve this. Generally, it's already extremely terrifying to be able to increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times. Tenfold is simply unimaginable. Damn it, where did this freak come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Chapter 1448. The Crown Prince's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He thought that there was no suspense in this battle, but the situation had been reversed in an instant. Just now, he had asked Chu Shuangting not to show any mercy. This was like slapping his own face. It was impossible for the Crown Prince not to see that given Jiang Qin's current state, no matter how hard Chu Shuangting tried, he wouldn't be a match for him. At this time, the one who was truly shocked was Chu Shuangting. He had the urge to spurt out blood. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a puny little golden immortal one day. What made him even more confused was how a golden immortal could have such a powerful combat strength. Great Qian Empire had as many geniuses as the clouds. They had seen all kinds of abnormal people, but this was their first time seeing someone as abnormal as Jiang Qin. To Chu Shuangting, however, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. If he took the initiative to admit defeat now, it would be equivalent to slapping the Crown Prince's face. The Crown Prince would never spare him. Clang! Chu Shuangting's arm shook. An incomparably lethal combat sword appeared in his hand. The power of this combat sword was extraordinary. It was exuding King's Qi. One look and anyone could tell that it was a king-grade immortal weapon. A king-grade immortal weapon was a priceless existence. Plus, the immortal weapon used by the geniuses of Genius Prefecture was certainly not an ordinary one. Initially, Chu Shuangting didn't intend to use his combat weapon, because he still had other powerful means, but after seeing Jiang Qin's dragon form, he had clearly seen the gap between them. Even if he used his immortal weapon, he wouldn't necessarily be able to gain an advantage. Jiang Qin, come on. So what if you have a transformation skill? I don't believe that you can sustain this skill forever. Plus, no matter how powerful you are still just a puny little golden immortal. I don't believe that a golden immortal can fight an intermediate immortal king. Chu Shuangting shouted. As a matter of fact, he said these words to cheer himself up. As an intermediate immortal king expert, he was no fool. It was impossible for him to not see the situation in front of him. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Jiang Qin shook his head. To him, the dragon form state was equivalent to raising his combat strength by 1 level. In other words, he was now a late golden immortal. Under the dragon form state, he would have the combat strength of a half-step immortal king. To Jiang Qin, killing someone who was 2 levels higher had always been a very easy thing, including geniuses. Swoosh! Chu Shuangting made his move. The sword in his hand was raised high up in the air, emitting a sky-piercing sword cry. The might of a king-grade immortal weapon was completely unleashed. Chu Shuangting was truly tyrannical. It seemed like he was going to use an incomparably powerful sword art, causing his aura to fuse together with his sword, greatly increasing his might. Jiang Qin couldn't help but nod silently. This Chu Shuangting was indeed a genius. If the opponent was a late immortal king, Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for him even if he used the dragon form state. Unfortunately, Chu Shuangting was only an intermediate immortal king. No matter how powerful his sword art was, he was no match for Jiang Qin. Under Chu Shuangting's control, the sword turned into a beam of light, slashing towards Jiang Qin. The speed of the sword was so fast that a crack appeared in the void. Jiang Qin moved. No matter how fast Chu Shuangting's sword was, it was just slow motion in front of Jiang Qin, because Jiang Qin was even faster. With a swipe of his dragon claw, he struck out with the true dragon palm. The unparalleled might of the grand palm print was like a cage, grabbing Chu Shuangting's battle sword. Even when that invincible sharp sword slashed against the blood-red dragon claw, it could only produce a spark. It couldn't even move the dragon claw. Chu Shuangting was shocked. He wanted to retract his sword and continue his attack, but to his horror, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the sword at all. His sword had already been firmly controlled by the dragon claw of his opponent. Give it to me. Jiang Qin pulled forcefully. The sword in Chu Shuangting's hand flew away and fell into Jiang Qin's hand. Bastard! Give me back my sword. Chu Shuangting's eyes were red. This sword was more important than his life. Now that it had been taken away by someone, how could he feel good about it? Immediately, he lunged at Jiang Qin like a madman. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The sword in his hand slashed at Chu Shuangting. The speed was countless times faster than when Chu Shuangting executed it. Chi La! Only to hear a swishing sound, the long sword slashed on Chu Shuangting's arm, leaving a deep gash that could even reach the bone. Blood gushed out from the wound, and the tearing pain caused Chu Shuangting, who had lost his mind, to recover. He stopped his body and found that a long sword was already pressed against the center of his eyebrows. If it moved forward even an inch, it would pierce through his head. Chu Shuangting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked down at the wound on his arm. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see that Jiang Qin had shown mercy. Otherwise, that sword wouldn't have just left a wound on his arm. He was afraid that he would have lost his entire arm. No, it should be said that the sword could have cut through his body and split him in half. Even if it was right in front of him, it would have pierced through his glabella. Why did you show mercy? Chu Shuangting asked, puzzled. He had been showing that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, but the other party didn't kill him. This made him very puzzled. Plus, Jiang Qin didn't look like a merciful person no matter how he looked at him. It's very easy for me to kill you, but since you are a genius of Genius Prefecture, I will spare your life. Jiang Qin spoke plainly. He did this out of consideration for Yang Bufan. It was easy to kill Chu Shuangting, but Chu Shuangting was, after all, a genius of Genius Prefecture. Today was Yang Bufan's king-conferring ceremony. If he killed a genius of Genius Prefecture as soon as he arrived, it would make Yang Bufan seem too cruel. Therefore, he didn't kill Chu Shuangting because he wanted to spare Yang Bufan's life. Thanks a lot. The corner of Chu Shuangting's mouth revealed a faint smile, then he shook his head helplessly, turned, and walked out of the light shield. At this time, even if he was unwilling, he couldn't say anything. The other party had already spared his life. What else could he say? As for the Crown Prince, Chu Shuangting felt that the Crown Prince wouldn't punish him. After all, he hadn't admitted defeat. He had already tried his best. I don't like your sword. Jiang Chen tossed the sword to Chu Shuangting. This sword wasn't on the same level as his Heavenly Saint sword. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't like it. As such, he simply gave it to Chu Shuangting. Even if Chu Shuangting didn't say it out loud, he would never forget this favor. Perhaps it might be useful in the future. After all, Yang Bufan and the Crown Prince were enemies. It would be best if he could plant a foreshadowing in the Crown Prince's palace. Even if Chu Shuangting was loyal to the Crown Prince, killing one less intermediate immortal king wouldn't bring any loss to Jiang Qin. It wouldn't cause any harm to him. Chu Shuangting returned to the camp of the Crown Prince with a gloomy face. The Crown Prince didn't blame him, nor did the others ridicule him. After all, they had seen the battle clearly. Chu Shuangting's failure couldn't be blamed on him. If it was any intermediate immortal king on the scene, the result would be the same. This was almost certain. Ha! Good. Very good. Jiang brother is truly incredible. That's right. Jiang brother is merely a golden immortal. Not even an intermediate immortal king is a match for him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid that genius of the Crown Prince's palace would have been killed. Jiang brother is truly benevolent. He's too powerful. I have never seen such a powerful person. This is what a true genius should be like. Cheers rose one after another in the camp of King Fan Prefecture. Old Man Bai Wang was the happiest, stroking his beard with both hands. At this time, everyone felt that it was a wise choice for Yang Bufan to invite Jiang Qin into King Fan Prefecture. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, King Fan wouldn't have been able to deal with the situation today, and would certainly become a laughingstock in the future. Ha! Crown Prince, I have already won 2 matches in a row. Do you want to fight again? Yang Bufan burst into laughter. It seems like King Fan is in high spirits. In that case, we naturally have to fight again. I would like to see how powerful this Jiang Qin is. Crown Prince Lang Lang spoke. Today, he was supposed to humiliate Yang Bufan, but he was humiliated instead. He had lost 2 matches in a row. It could be said that he had lost all his face. If he were to return like this, where would he put his face in the future? Brother, can you still fight? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Qin and asked with a solemn face. Of course, I'll keep you company until the end. Jiang Qin shrugged leisurely. He knew what today's battle meant to Yang Bufan. Everything today was destined to be irreversible. Jiang Qin had no intention of backing down. He knew very well that today's battle wasn't just to resist the humiliation of Crown Prince and King Ping, but also to help Yang Bufan gain fame and spread the name of King Fan. This was the most important thing. Your Highness Crown Prince. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the camp of King Ping Prefecture. A green-robed man walked out and clasped his fists at Crown Prince. Your Highness Crown Prince, can you let me fight the 3rd match? This Jiang Qin has killed my brother Futian not long ago. I have an irreconcilable feud with him. I hope your Highness Crown Prince can do me a favor. The green-robed man who spoke was none other than young Master Futian's elder brother, Fu Wei. He had followed King Ping into the camp, but didn't have the chance to fight. Seeing that the Crown Prince was infuriated, he must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might die in the hands of others. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for Jiang Chen? Chapter 1449. The Crown Prince almost spurted out blood as he glared at Fu Wei. Did this bastard purposely come here to piss him off? He clearly knew that the opponent had the strength to kill an intermediate immortal king, but he only said it now. If he had said it earlier, he wouldn't have to lose face twice in a row. Fu Wei cursed inwardly. Looking at the expression of White Tiger, he knew that he had said something wrong. He really wanted to slap himself, but unfortunately, he couldn't take back his words. Crown Prince, you have already fought twice. It's time for our King Ping Prefecture to fight. Otherwise, King Fan will laugh at us for having no one capable. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little awkward, King Ping stood up and spoke. At this time, he had to stand up. Fu Wei's words had angered the Crown Prince. Given the Crown Prince's character, he wouldn't give Fu Wei face, even if Fu Wei was a disciple of Divine Line sect. After all, Fu Wei was merely a genius of Divine Line sect. Compared to the Crown Prince's status in Great Qian Empire, they weren't on the same level. Only the Holy Son of Divine Line sect could be compared to the Crown Prince. Fu Wei, go ahead. You must kill this brat to vent the anger of His Highness. King Ping did not give the Crown Prince a chance to react and said directly to Fu Wei. As long as Fu Wei entered the light shield, the Crown Prince could not say anything. After all, today's battle was a battle between geniuses, not just the Crown Prince's business. Anyone could participate. If the Crown Prince could send someone, King Ping could do the same. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely kill him to vent your anger. After Fu Wei finished speaking, he took a step forward and entered the light shield. Upon seeing this, the Crown Prince's eyes were about to spurt out fire. He looked at King Ping as if he was going to eat him alive. This Yang Buping really knew how to pick up the loopholes. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had been fully revealed, everyone knew that a late immortal king genius was enough to kill Jiang Chen. Now that Fu Wei had represented King Ping Prefecture and killed Jiang Chen, the Crown Prince would lose face and the Crown Prince would lose face. How could the Crown Prince not feel gloomy? Despite feeling depressed, the Crown Prince couldn't say anything more. He looked at the battlefield within the light barrier and actually had an impulse to hope that Jiang Chen would continue to win. Of course, he knew that this was impossible. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for a late immortal king. Jiang Chen is dead for sure. At this time, many people thought so. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Fu Tian, so there was an irreconcilable enmity between him and Fu Wei. Fu Wei was a rare genius expert of the Divine Line sect. Now that he had attacked with hatred, his goal was to take Jiang Chen's life. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy. The Crown Prince nodded. Although he felt very depressed, he had to admit that Fu Wei was the most suitable person to take action. After all, Fu Wei had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. His means would certainly be brutal. Besides, even if the Crown Prince sent a late immortal king to kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't gain any glory. After all, there had been 3 battles in a row, and the last one was a late immortal king killing a late golden immortal. It wouldn't be a glorious thing if this news spread out. Because the people of the world weren't fools. Everyone could see that no one in the entire Great Qian Empire could be a match for Jiang Chen in a battle of the same level. This was what a true genius should be like. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Wei, who was standing opposite him. He finally understood why this bastard had such strong killing intent towards him. It turned out that this bastard was Fu Tian's elder brother. It seems like you have put in a lot of effort in order to kill me. Yang Bufan raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin. "How is it? Can you fight?" Yang Bufan's tone had become very solemn. Although he knew the capability of Jiang Qin, this Fu Wei was just too powerful. He was afraid that Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for him at all. Besides, Fu Wei was bent on killing Jiang Qin, which made Yang Bufan very worried. Although retreating at this time would affect Yang Bufan greatly, Jiang Qin's life was more important. As long as Jiang Qin said that he wouldn't fight, he would absolutely protect Jiang Qin and not give Fu Wei the slightest chance. "I'm eager to fight." Chapter 1450. Yang Bufan didn't speak anymore, because he knew Jiang Qin very well. He knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't change his mind once he made up his mind. He also knew that Jiang Qin was a battle maniac. An intermediate immortal king genius could no longer pose any pressure to him. Fighting with a late immortal king genius was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted. Moreover, today was his king conferring ceremony. He couldn't shrink back. Apart from letting Jiang Qin continue to fight, Yang Bufan had no other choice. Of course, the final deciding factor of letting Jiang Qin fight was Yang Bufan's trust in Jiang Qin. He believed in Jiang Qin's means and Jiang Qin's character. Although the outcome of this battle was unpredictable, it was absolutely impossible for a late immortal king like Fu Wei to kill Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan was almost certain of this. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn. Everyone's eyes fell on the battlefield that was shrouded by the golden light once again. Although no one believed that Jiang Qin could fight Fu Wei, no one would laugh at Jiang Qin anymore. After 2 consecutive battles, Jiang Qin had conquered everyone with his strength. Even his enemies wouldn't look down on him. Buzz! Fu Wei unleashed his killing intent, causing his entire body to emit a buzzing sound. That dense killing intent was about to condense into a solid substance. Crackling sounds rang out in the void as cracks appeared in the void, causing one's scalp to go numb. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was somewhat solemn. After all, Fu Wei wasn't Fu Tian. The cultivation method of Divine Line sect was more orthodox. The dragon transformation skill couldn't really restrain Fu Wei. In order to fight against Fu Wei, he would have to rely on his own ability. If he was fighting against Corpse Yin sect or Huangquan Gate, even if the opponent was a late immortal king, Jiang Qin would be able to deal with them, but now, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. Hong! The huge dragon chi condensed into airwaves and spread out like a tide, creating layers of ripples in the void. Fu Wei regarded Jiang Qin as his mortal enemy, so he didn't say anything unnecessary and was ready to attack. His palm blossomed with a 7-colored brilliance, and countless energy began to gather in his palm. Soon, the terrifying energy reached a peak. Fu Wei roared and abruptly lifted his palm. The boundless might of an immortal king was unleashed as Fu Wei slashed out with a palm blade. Swoosh! Ear-piercing sounds could be heard from the friction of the air. Everyone could see a 7-colored beam of light piercing through space. It was like a resplendent rainbow, arriving before Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. This was a powerful battle skill, a king-tier immortal skill. Its might was not to be underestimated. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been cleaved into 2 on the spot, just like the space here. Fu Wei had displayed such a sharp attack right from the start, which was enough to show his determination to kill Jiang Qin. He did not want to give Jiang Qin the slightest chance. Just in time. Jiang Qin's reaction was also very fast. He had already made sufficient preparations. The true dragon palm was unleashed, and the terrifying blood-red dragon claw directly grabbed towards the 7-colored beam of light. Rumble! Two kinds of terrifying energy collided with each other. The impact of the energy was like a raging wave, causing the golden light barrier outside to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Of course, that was the energy barrier personally set up by the Crown Prince. No matter how much it trembled, it wouldn't collapse. Law. In the end, the terrifying true dragon palm was still unable to resist the divine light from Fu Wei. The dragon claw was torn apart on the spot. The divine light continued its attack, slashing towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin flickered with a cold light, and the heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand at lightning speed. Only with a slash did he manage to destroy the remaining power of the divine light. However, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin. He had already been pushed to the edge of the light barrier. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He felt a stuffiness in his chest, and his blood and qi were churning inside his body, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. However, such an injury was nothing to Jiang Qin. With the help of the wood's spiritual qi, he recovered in an instant. Sure enough, it's still very strenuous for me to fight against a genius like Fu Wei. I'm no match for him. If I use the great divination art and the Qilin divine arm, I may be able to fight against him. Jiang Qin thought. This was his first time fighting against a late immortal king expert. Plus, Fu Wei wasn't an ordinary late immortal king expert. Therefore, it was still incomparably strenuous for him to fight against Fu Wei. Good boy. You can actually withstand such an attack of mine. Fu Wei, on the other hand, was truly astonished. He knew very well how powerful his attack was, but even such a powerful attack was blocked by Jiang Qin. Additionally, the injury he had just suffered had recovered in the blink of an eye. How could this not surprise Fu Wei? Fu Wei wasn't the only one who was shocked. Almost everyone had the same thought as Fu Wei. They were once again astounded by the power of Jiang Qin. What's the background of this boy? How can he be so abnormal? It seems like even a late immortal king expert would find it hard to kill him. That's right. I have never seen such an abnormal being before. He must be someone that King Fan knows outside, but no matter how abnormal he is, he can't be a match for Fu Wei. As the supreme genius of Divine Line sect, Fu Wei must have a lot of means. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill Jiang Qin. Let's see. This Jiang Qin has killed Fu Tian. Fu Wei will never let him live. The show has just begun. I'd like to see what kind of powerful means Jiang Qin will use to fight Fu Wei. No one wasn't surprised, but it didn't mean that they were optimistic about Jiang Qin. No one dared to deny the power of Jiang Qin, but at the same time, they couldn't deny the power of Fu Wei. Jiang Qin, I have to say that you have really surprised me, but this won't save your life. Next, I will use my true killer move. You have already exhausted all your means. I will let you have a taste of the power of my Rakshasa three palms. Fu Wei's qi was even more powerful than before. He was going to use his most terrifying means. The Rakshasa three palms was Fu Wei's famous ultimate skill. He would transform into a Rakshasa and each palm would be more powerful than the last. Come on. I'd like to see how powerful your Rakshasa three palms is. Jiang Qin spoke. The more powerful Fu Wei was, the more excited he was. His left arm had already begun to move. Similarly, his eyes were filled with great heavenly secret. Facing the powerful Fu Wei, Jiang Qin couldn't hold back anymore. Little Qinzi, don't use the Qilin divine arm. I'm afraid that the origin of that fire Qilin isn't ordinary. Before we figure it out, it's best not to use the Qilin divine arm in public to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 1451. After hearing the Huang Dog's reminder, Jiang Qin quickly retracted the Qilin divine arm that he was about to use. He almost used it out of impulse just now. After all, the Qilin divine arm was one of the more powerful skills that Jiang Qin currently possessed. It would still be very powerful when used against Fu Wei. However, what the Huang Dog said was right. The fire Qilin must have a great origin. It might even be a sacred beast of some great power in East Xuanyu. If he used the Qilin divine arm in public, he would definitely be suspected and might cause unnecessary trouble. However, Jiang Chen was still very annoyed and depressed about not being able to use the Qilin divine arm. After all, it was an extremely powerful skill. Not being able to use it was a loss for him. It was originally his trump card against Fu Wei's Rakshasa Three Palms. Now that it was gone, he could only use the great divination art to deal with Fu Wei. Rakshasa Three Palms, First Palm. Fu Wei moved and directly used the first palm of the Rakshasa Three Palms. Terrifying waves of qi rolled everywhere. A terrifying palm print was struck out by him. It was originally a golden palm print, but there was a black radiance in the middle. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make people shudder. The huge palm was like a heavenly palm, covering the sky and the earth, and it was still growing. Divination before me, dragon and sword unite. Jiang Qin also moved. He turned into a real dragon and completely fused with the heavenly saint sword in his hand. He slashed at the Rakshasa palm. Rumble. Under the operation of the great divination art, Jiang Qin seemed to have the ability to predict. When the dragon sword collided with the palm print, it happened to be the weakest point of the Rakshasa palm, which was also the weakness of the Rakshasa palm. This attack caused the power of the Rakshasa palm to be unable to be fully exerted. In other words, Jiang Qin used the foresight ability of the great divination art to forcefully interrupt the execution of the Rakshasa palm, causing its power to be greatly reduced. The void was torn apart. Even if the Rakshasa palm didn't fully exert its power, it was still not something that Jiang Qin could resist. He was directly separated from the heavenly saint sword, and many wounds appeared on his body. What method did this bastard use to pinpoint the weakness of my Rakshasa palm so accurately? Fu Wei was shocked. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. He knew very well how powerful the Rakshasa palm was. However, in the battle just now, the Rakshasa palm did not display its full power. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not just be pushed back. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Rakshasa Three Palms, Second Palm. I'd like to see how long you can withstand it. Fu Wei was furious. Jiang Qin's abnormality had indeed shocked him, but no matter what, he had to kill him today. The second of the Rakshas's three palms was displayed, but Jiang Qin moved again like lightning. He once again displayed the unity of dragon and sword. He accurately found the weakness of the Rakshas's three palms and rushed over. Hong Long. The result of the second collision was the same as the first. The Rakshasa palm was destroyed by Jiang Qin's sword before it could be fully displayed. However, Jiang Qin didn't have it easy either. Once again, the heavenly saint sword was separated from his body. A few of the scales on his body were shaken off and a lot of blood flowed out. Such injuries couldn't be said to be light. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. However, Jiang Qin had the support of the wood's spiritual qi, which helped Jiang Qin recover from his injuries at all times. Under such circumstances, the endurance of the battle was greatly improved. King Fan, Jiang brother is really extraordinary. He can actually predict the trajectory of Fu Wei's Rakshasa palm. However, the Rakshasa palm is just too powerful. Obviously, Jiang brother isn't a match for it. He has already suffered some serious injuries. If he continues to fight, he won't be able to hold on any longer. Old Man Bai Wang said worriedly. Through the battle between Jiang Qin and Fu Wei, everyone was very impressed by Jiang Qin. Not only did they admire his means and abnormal ability, but they also admired Jiang Qin's perseverance. At the same time, they also felt distressed because they could see the current situation very clearly. No matter how capable Jiang Qin was, there was still a huge gap between them in terms of cultivation base. Under such a gap, it was impossible for him to be a match for Fu Wei. If the battle continued, the final outcome would certainly be disadvantageous to Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, as if he didn't hear Old Man Bai Wang's words. No one knew what he was thinking. On the battlefield, Fu Wei looked somewhat flustered and exasperated. Although he had the upper hand all the time, suppressing Jiang Qin and even causing constant damage to Jiang Qin, such a battle had made him feel extremely aggrieved. He couldn't fully exert his combat strength. Anyone in his position would feel very depressed. Jiang Qin, take my third palm strike. I'll see how long you can last. Fu Wei's eyes turned red. His palms began to form seals. The third palm strike of the Rakshasa palm was about to be cast out. The power of the third palm strike was the sum of the previous two. He believed that even if Jiang Qin found his weakness, he would still be able to inflict heavy damage to Jiang Qin. Come. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. He circulated the great divination art to the extreme. The heavenly saint sword in his hand burst out a deafening roar. A huge palm seal was formed in an instant. Jiang Qin struck out decisively. The terrifying great divination art allowed him to accurately find Fu Wei's weakness. The heavenly saint sword turned into a long dragon and rushed towards Fu Wei. Hong Long. This time, the void was completely smashed. It had completely turned into a chaotic battlefield. Colorful rays of light covered everything. The entire light barrier was filled with destructive energy waves. The earth trembled violently. If it wasn't for the defensive barrier, the entire King Fan prefecture would have turned into nothingness in an instant. Everyone was watching the battlefield nervously, wanting to know the situation and the outcome of the battle. Very soon, the light vanished. The scene inside the battlefield reappeared in everyone's eyes. The current Jiang Qin had returned to his half-human and half-dragon form. He was holding the dazzling golden heavenly saint sword in his hand, but his body was trembling violently. There were wounds all over his body. The ground was covered with his blood, but the wood's spiritual qi was rapidly healing Jiang Qin's injuries. Jiang Qin had to admit that the genius of East Xuanyu was indeed terrifying. This Fu Wei wasn't an ordinary late immortal king could be compared to him. It could be said that they were on completely different levels. Jiang Qin had already exerted his full strength, but he still wasn't a match for Fu Wei. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu's face was full of worry. Jiang Qin's current state was just too frightening. She couldn't help but worry about him. Damn it. Why is this bastard so tenacious? Chapter 1452. The scene became restless once more. At this time, even the enemy's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiang Qin. Although he was defeated in the previous battle, such a defeat wasn't something that an ordinary expert could have. A late golden immortal could actually fight a late immortal king genius to such an extent. It was no longer an exaggeration to say that Jiang Qin couldn't even begin to describe it. Just like Fu Wei, no one had thought that Jiang Qin would be able to hold on. The fact that the three palms of Rakshasa couldn't kill Jiang Qin didn't mean that Fu Wei wasn't strong enough, but that Jiang Qin was just too abnormal. I have no idea where this man came from. He's just too threatening. If we can't use such a person, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. King Ping's eyes lit up. He was no longer as calm as before. Not only him, but the people of Crown Prince Palace also had the same thought. While they admired Jiang Qin, they also felt the threat of Jiang Qin. It was a kind of hidden threat. Everyone on the scene could be said to be geniuses. There weren't many people who could win their admiration, but the appearance of Jiang Qin had directly subverted their understanding of geniuses. They suddenly felt that even the holy son and saintess of the 11 major powers couldn't be compared to Jiang Qin in terms of talent. Perhaps only the legendary immortal court could have such an abnormal monstrous genius. At the same time, Jiang Qin's terrifying talent had made them feel a hidden danger. Both the Crown Prince and King Ping knew very well that they were Jiang Qin's opponents. They wouldn't wish for such a terrifying genius to exist in their camp. Although Jiang Qin was abnormal, he still wasn't a match for Fu Wei. He had already suffered serious injuries while Fu Wei was still in his peak condition. Under such a contrast, the outcome of this battle was predictable. If the battle continued, Jiang Qin would die for sure. Jiang Qin, I have to admit that my brother's death in your hands isn't unjust, but I still have to take revenge. You will soon be an arrow at the end of its flight. You are no match for me. I will kill you now. Next, I will use an even more terrifying technique. There's another move in the 3 Rakshasa palms called 3 palms as one. It can unleash the power of the previous 3 palms. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to resist my 3 palms as one with your cultivation base. Fu Wei spoke. He had no idea why his brother would die in the hands of a golden immortal. Today, after fighting Jiang Qin, he finally understood. Given Fu Tian's cultivation base, it wasn't unjust for him to die in Jiang Qin's hands. Hold on. At this time, a voice was heard. The one who spoke was Yang Bufan. At this moment, his face was incomparably solemn. He cared about this battle more than anyone else. It wasn't only about his reputation, but also about Jiang Qin's life. Everyone shifted their gaze to King Fan, wondering why he called for a pause at this time. Could it be that he wanted Jiang Qin to admit defeat? Almost everyone thought so. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was an unchangeable situation. If the battle continued, it would only cost Jiang Qin his life. However, Yang Bufan did something that made everyone's jaw drop. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yang Bufan took out an item. It was the Snow Jade King Ginseng. That's right. It was the Snow Jade King Ginseng that Yang Zanqing had given him not long ago. Brother, catch. Yang Bufan glanced at the Snow Jade King Ginseng, then threw it into the light barrier. This action stunned everyone. This Snow Jade King Ginseng is really wasted. King Pink shook his head. Chapter 1453. As a matter of fact, just as everyone expected, Fu Wei wouldn't give Jiang Qin any time to advance. Psychologically speaking, Jiang Qin had already left a shadow in Fu Wei's heart. He was almost sure that if Jiang Qin advanced to the half-step immortal king realm at this time, he would be no match for Jiang Qin. He was afraid that his ending would be the same as his brother. Of course, Fu Wei didn't believe that Jiang Qin could advance in such a state. Even with the help of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, it would still take a certain amount of time. First, Jiang Qin needed to recover from his injuries. In everyone's point of view, King Fan had already lost his composure. Taking out the Snow Jade King Ginseng at this time would be a real waste. A diluted venerable great spiritual herb was wasted just like that. Thinking about it was really a pity. Those who didn't know Jiang Qin would never understand why he would do this. Naturally, he had his own reasons for doing so. If it was an ordinary genius, he wouldn't have taken out the Snow Jade King Ginseng to waste. But now, the one standing on the battlefield was Jiang Qin. So, Yang Bufan was almost sure that this Snow Jade King ginseng wouldn't be wasted. What others couldn't do, Jiang Qin would certainly be able to do. Fu Wei wouldn't give Jiang Qin any chance to advance, but Jiang Qin would create an opportunity for himself. Advancing a level in a short period of time wasn't really a big problem for Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, this wasn't the first time that Jiang Qin advanced in a battle. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. As for the injuries on his body, they were nothing to him under the powerful recovery of the wood's spiritual qi. He would be able to fully recover in no time. As for the Snow Jade King ginseng, it could also be quickly refined under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill. This Snow Jade King ginseng is a rare venerable great treasure. If I refine it, I can immediately advance to the half-step Immortal King realm, or even the peak of half-step Immortal King realm. However, I still have to take it slow and stabilize my cultivation base at the half-step Immortal King realm first. Anyway, the medicinal strength of the Snow Jade King ginseng is too strong. It's impossible to refine it all at once. Jiang Qin could feel the tyrannical qi emanating from the Snow Jade King ginseng in his hand. His mind couldn't help but feel a little stirred. It was impossible for him not to feel touched when Yang Bufan gave him such a treasure. As for Fu Wei, Jiang Qin didn't care about him at all. He wasn't a match for Fu Wei right now, but it was impossible for Fu Wei to stop him from advancing. Without the slightest hesitation, an incomparably tyrannical crushing force fell on the Snow Jade King ginseng. The Snow Jade King ginseng immediately exploded, turning into a stream of medicinal energy that rushed into Jiang Qin's body. Seeing his method of refinement, everyone rolled their eyes. They couldn't help but curse at how wasteful it was. A Snow Jade King ginseng was gone just like that. Hiss after the medicinal energy of the Snow Jade King ginseng rushed into Jiang Qin's body, it immediately penetrated into his limbs and bones, making his soul sublimate to a certain extent. The terrifying energy that was like a vast ocean was rampaging in Jiang Qin's body. Even Jiang Qin felt like his body was being torn apart. If it was someone else, he or she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such a vigorous medicinal energy. Their body might even explode and die. However, Jiang Qin's physique was so strong that he could withstand the impact no matter how strong it was. Without any delay, the dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, countless medicinal energy began to turn into the purest energy and rushed into Jiang Qin's qi si. New dragon marks were condensed in an instant. Hong! A powerful qi rushed out of Jiang Qin's body like a stormy sea. Everyone gaped in shock, because they found that in this very short period of time, Jiang Qin's injuries from the battle with Fu Wei had completely recovered. Not only that, his strength began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! What kind of monster is this guy? His recovery speed is way too fast. Plus, the Snow Jade King ginseng has just been absorbed into his body, and there's already such a huge reaction. How is this possible? Look, his qi is growing so fast. If he continues like this, I'm afraid that his cultivation base will soon break through to the half-step Immortal King realm. At that time, it will be almost impossible for Fu Wei to kill him. He might even be killed by Fu Wei. Monstrous! This guy is a monstrous monster. Many of them exclaimed, especially those who thought that the Snow Jade King ginseng was destined to be wasted. They even had a feeling that Jiang Qin would very likely break through to the half-step Immortal King realm in a short period of time and reverse the situation. If that was the case, it would be too shocking. The corner of Yang Bufan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He already knew that this would be the result. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin's power was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, the one who was the most shocked was, of course, Fu Wei. His eyes almost popped out when he saw that Jiang Qin was getting stronger. This situation finally made him understand that a monstrous monster like Jiang Qin couldn't be judged by common sense. Damn it! I won't give you a chance. Fu Wei was furious, or perhaps it could be said that he was afraid. He immediately unleashed all of his energy. Sparks kept appearing between his palms, and layers of terrifying palm prints were condensed by him. Next, he would no longer show any mercy. He was going to unleash the most terrifying attack of the Rakshasa three palms, combining all three palms into one. He believed that Jiang Qin would definitely die under the powerful attack of these three palms. Three palms as one. Fu Wei bellowed. The void was shattered inch by inch. Those terrifying palms eventually converged into a huge destructive palm. The huge palm was like a heavenly barrier, filling every corner of the battlefield and pouncing at Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin was hit by this palm, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. Fu Wei roared. Seeing this, Jiang Qin was already prepared. His current strength was much stronger than before. In this extremely short period of time, 10,000 dragon marks were condensed in his Qi Si. Of course, although his combat strength had increased a little, Jiang Qin couldn't fight with his full strength. He needed to divert most of his attention to refine the medicinal power of the Snow Jade King ginseng in his body. Therefore, he could only choose to temporarily resist Fu Wei's powerful attack. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Qin let out a loud shout as well. Countless 5-colored true dragons dashed out. At the same time, Jiang Qin unleashed the 9 Phantom Wolves. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with his phantoms. The main purpose of this skill was to temporarily confuse the enemy, making them lose their focus and unable to find their true target. Although the 3 palms as one was an omnidirectional attack, it also needed to focus on the target. When one target became 9, the power of the 3 palms as one would have to be dispersed. Moreover, the powerful attack of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal also needed to be resisted. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Fu Wei was very depressed. The battlefield was too chaotic. Even he couldn't immediately find out which of the 9 Jiang Qins was the real one. However, the attack had already been launched. He could only destroy all 9 Jiang Qins at the same time. Rumble. The roar of the dragon shook the void and the earth. A crack appeared on the golden light shield. It had to be said that the power of Fu Wei's 3 palms as one was too amazing. Jiang Qin's shadow was destroyed in an instant. Even the dozen of dragons that he had sent out were completely destroyed. However, because the power was dispersed, Jiang Qin's real body didn't bear much power. Even so, Jiang Qin was once again shaken to the edge of the light shield. Barf! Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. Once again, he was injured, but Jiang Qin's facial expression didn't change at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile, because he understood very well that the attack just now was already Fu Wei's most powerful attack. The injury that Jiang Qin suffered because of the shock was nothing at all. It could be said that the impact wasn't big at all. Buzz. Buzz. His Qi Si buzzed. Terrifying energy kept rolling like waves. Dragon marks were forming at lightning speed. In just a single attack, another 10,000 dragon marks were condensed in Jiang Qin's body. The number of dragon marks he had before was 1 million. Now, it was 1,020,000. As long as he could condense another 30,000 dragon marks, it would reach 1,050,000, directly advancing to the half-step Immortal King realm. The scariness of the Snow Jade King ginseng was more than enough for Jiang Qin to advance to the half-step Immortal King realm. Good. Old Man Bai Wang seemed incomparably excited and couldn't help cheering. As an immortal emperor, how could he not see Jiang Chen's current situation? It wasn't just him. Most of the people on the scene could see it too. Fu Wei had already struck out 3 palms as one, but he still couldn't kill Jiang Qin. This basically meant that Fu Wei had lost his chance to kill Jiang Qin. Even if Fu Wei attacked again, the result would still be the same. Plus, as Fu Wei continued to attack, the consumption of Jiang Chen's energy was also increasing. Under such circumstances, one could already imagine what would happen to Jiang Chen's cultivation base. The suspense of this battle that originally had no suspense at all had now been revealed. King Fan, you have a good eye. De Huang Dog stood beside Yang Bufan and said with a smile. De Huang Dog was very satisfied that Yang Bufan was willing to give the Snow Jade King ginseng to Jiang Qin. His impression of Yang Bufan had improved a lot. Of course. Yang Bufan shrugged with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Chen's ability. How many miracles had Jiang Qin created? How could a mere Fu Wei stop Jiang Chen's advance? Clang! Chapter 1454. Fu Wei's battle sword was a powerful king-grade immortal weapon. It was much more terrifying than Chu Shuangting's earlier attack. There were lines of runes engraved on the surface of the sword, emitting a mystical light, showing how powerful the sword was. Both of Fu Wei's eyes were bloodshot. He was in a berserk state. The stimulation he received today was too great. Other than the hatred for his younger brother, today's battle was also a huge blow to him. His original arrogance became so fragile in front of Jiang Qin that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Anger, grievance, hatred, all of his negative emotions transformed into an attack from his battle sword. Fu Wei had to kill Jiang Qin no matter what. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin, he felt that he wouldn't have the face to continue living. Screech! The battle sword let out an earth-shaking cry. Just the sword chi alone was enough to tear apart the void, locking onto Jiang Chen's aura and slashing towards Jiang Qin. The power of this attack seemed to have carried all of Fu Wei's energy. Its destructive power was even more terrifying than the 3 palms combined into one. Unfortunately, the current Jiang Qin was even more tyrannical than before. With an increase of 20,000 dragon marks, it made it even more difficult for Fu Wei to kill Jiang Qin. Even if he unleashed his strongest battle sword, it was still impossible. Clang! Almost at the same instant when Fu Wei's battle sword rushed out, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword also rushed out. The terrifying battle sword directly transformed into a dragon, the world-defying heavenly dragon. It brought along endless flames, as though it wanted to burn half of this world. The 2 battle swords collided with each other, wiping out a huge wave of flames. The entire battlefield was enveloped in raging flames. The scene was incomparably explosive and terrifying. This was Fu Wei's strongest attack, but Jiang Qin didn't use his full strength. Therefore, the ending could be imagined. Even though Jiang Qin had condensed 20,000 dragon marks, he was still not a match for Fu Wei. Under the violent collision, Jiang Qin was once again sent flying. However, the place where he stopped was still at the edge of the light barrier. He wasn't directly sent flying out. Wah! Jiang Qin coughed out blood again and again. He looked extremely miserable. The Heavenly Saint sword fell to the ground and kept bouncing. Judging from this scene alone, Jiang Qin had been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. However, no one in the audience laughed. Even Fu Wei couldn't laugh. Everyone understood that injuring Jiang Qin and killing Jiang Qin were 2 completely different concepts. They were very clear that the Snow Jade King Ginseng was playing an extremely important role. Jiang Chen's defeat was because most of his mind was focused on advancing, and he didn't have much thought to resist Fu Wei. However, even under such circumstances, Fu Wei still failed to kill Jiang Chen and merely injured him. This was not the first time that such a situation had occurred. Jiang Chen had at most spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood than before. However, it would not take long for Jiang Chen to recover. That terrifying and abnormal recovery method had also astonished them. Wang! Wang! The number of dragon marks continued to rise. In just a single attack, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by another 10,000, reaching 1,030,000. There were only 20,000 left before he could advance to the half-step Immortal King realm. The Snow Jade King Ginseng itself also had the ability to recover injuries. Now that it had fused with the wood spiritual qi, healing Jiang Chen's injuries became an incomparably easy task. How could this be? Fu Wei had the urge to cough up blood. He could clearly feel the continuous growth of Jiang Chen's strength. This was just too great a blow to him. This was something that they had never thought of. Dong! Chapter 1455. Jiang Chen's body was filled with killing intent. At the same time, he carried an extremely strong oppressive force. He was like a giant mountain, constantly pressing down on Fu Wei. At this moment, Fu Wei suddenly felt a sense of despair. It was a kind of despair that he had never felt before. At this time, he suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted admitting defeat just now. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. It seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't give him a chance. As for resisting, Fu Wei could only smile bitterly in his heart. Given the current situation, what else could he use to fight against Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's strength had firmly suppressed him. There was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Sigh. Many people shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for Fu Wei. They seemed to have seen the ending. Although they hadn't dealt with Jiang Chen before, they could tell that he was absolutely not a kind person. He was a ruthless character. Fu Wei basically had no chance of survival, even if he was a genius of Divine Line sect. The genius of Divine Line sect could indeed walk unhindered in East Xuanyu. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, this was King Fan Prefecture. Others might not dare to provoke him, but King Ping did. Fu Wei, do you have any last words before you die? Jiang Chen came to a place not far from Fu Wei and asked. Dealing with Fu Wei was different from dealing with Chu Shuangting. He wouldn't give Fu Wei any chance of survival. Jiang Chen, if you kill me today, my father won't let you go. Divine Line sect won't let you go either. Fu Wei said ferociously. Humph. Fu Wei, you are a genius of Divine Line sect. How can you say such childish words before you die? Do you really think such words can threaten me? If it's possible, your brother wouldn't have died. Don't worry, as long as your father dares to seek revenge from me, I guarantee that you and your father will be reunited in the underworld. The same goes for the people of Divine Line sect. Whoever dares to find me will die. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and said unhurriedly. He believed that Fu Wei was a sensible person. Fu Wei knew that it was useless to threaten him at this moment. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that you can kill me so easily. Fu Wei still couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step golden immortal. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today. Immediately, he raised his sword and slashed at Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't know how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. It was an almost insurmountable gap. That invincible and terrifying sword was caught by Jiang Chen's dragon claw, making it impossible for Fu Wei to pull it out. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and pulled Fu Wei's sword over. Fu Wei was a dignified late immortal king supreme genius, but he couldn't even protect his immortal weapon from Jiang Chen. This itself was a great irony. Fu Wei, it's over. Go down and accompany your brother. Jiang Chen was cold and merciless. With a backhand slash, Fu Wei's head was chopped off. He didn't even give Fu Wei a chance to struggle. Jiang Chen used Fu Wei's combat sword to kill Fu Wei. To Fu Wei, this was the most humiliating way to die. Jiang Chen didn't look at Fu Wei's corpse. His eyes fell on Fu Wei's sword. Even he had to admit that this sword was very good. It was an extraordinary king-grade immortal weapon. It just so happened that Wu Ningzhu didn't have a suitable immortal weapon. This sword was a good gift for Wu Ningzhu. After killing Fu Wei, Jiang Chen retracted his qi and reverted to his human form. He strode out of the light barrier and came to Yang Bufan. He knew that today's battle was over. The Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't send any more people to fight because they couldn't afford to lose face. Ha! Good brother. King Fan patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. He had a reason to be happy. He felt even happier when he saw the ashen faces of the Crown Prince and King Ping. Awesome, brother Jiang Chen. I had never thought that your talent is so heaven-defying. A genius like you will be one of the best even in Genius Prefecture. The people at the back immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. The more they looked at this new genius, the more they liked him. Putting everything aside, Jiang Chen was the great hero of King Fan Prefecture. If Jiang Chen wasn't here, today's situation wouldn't be easy to handle. King Fan would certainly lose his face in his king-conferring ceremony. On the other side, the atmosphere of the people of Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture became incomparably depressing. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that they had lost today. They had lost completely and miserably. Crown Prince, what should we do now? Should we send a half-step immortal emperor to get rid of this brat? One of the people of Crown Prince Palace whispered. The Crown Prince glared at him. Idiot. Even if the Crown Prince was an idiot, he knew what it meant to send a half-step immortal emperor. In Great Qian Empire, those who could bear the title of immortal emperor were the experts of the experts. Even a half-step immortal king was an extremely extraordinary existence. The competition between the geniuses of the Great Qian Empire would usually send immortal kings. Immortal emperors had never been sent out. Furthermore, it would be extremely shameful to send a half-step immortal emperor to fight against a half-step immortal king. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious at all. Moreover, which half-step immortal emperor would fight a half-step immortal king in front of so many people? That would be lowering their own status. No one would do that. More importantly, the performance of this Jiang Chen was just too miraculous. Who knew what other miracles this bastard could create? If a half-step immortal emperor couldn't deal with him, it wouldn't just be shameful. Moreover, they had already sent out 3 powerful geniuses, ranging from early to late immortal kings, but all of them were killed by Jiang Chen. 2 were injured and 1 was dead. No matter how thick the skin of the Crown Prince and King Ping was, they wouldn't be able to continue the battle. Your Highness Crown Prince, King Ping, do you still want to fight? Isn't it time to send out a half-step immortal emperor? My brother is warlike by nature, especially when it comes to fighting geniuses. Even if you send out a half-step immortal emperor, my brother will still dare to fight, Yang Bufan said with a smile. Even a fool could tell that he was mocking the Crown Prince and King Ping. Ha! It's really enviable that King Fan has such a genius following him. Ha! It's really enviable to have such a genius following King Fan. There's no need for another competition today. We have all witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. It's a pity to keep such a genius in King Fan Prefecture. King Fan, why don't you let him enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation? Chapter 1456. That's right. It's not appropriate for such a genius to not enter Genius Prefecture. After all, he's a genius of Great Qian Empire. Crown Prince nodded. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan harumphed coldly in his heart. He knew too well what these two fellows were thinking. Obviously, the existence of Jiang Chen had made them feel a great threat. They must be thinking about how to get rid of Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen continued to stay in King Fan Prefecture, they wouldn't have the chance to make a move. Therefore, they wanted to let Jiang Chen enter Genius Prefecture. Genius Prefecture gathered all the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. The competition was also the most intense. More importantly, Crown Prince and King Ping had deep-rooted forces in Genius Prefecture. As long as Jiang Chen entered Genius Prefecture, they would be able to find an opportunity to deal with Jiang Chen. How smart was Yang Bufan? How could the little thoughts of King Ping and Crown Prince be hidden from him? You don't have to worry about this. Today's king conferring ceremony has ended. I've prepared a banquet in my prefecture. Do you two want to stay and have a few cups of wine? Yang Bufan said. By asking the Crown Prince and King Ping to stay and have a drink, he was already driving them away, because he knew very well that they wouldn't stay and have a drink. There's no need for a drink. We're here to congratulate you. Since the king conferring ceremony has ended, we won't disturb your celebration any longer. As soon as King Ping finished speaking, he turned and left, heading towards the gate of the prefecture. The people of King Ping Prefecture followed behind him and soon disappeared, followed by the people of White Tiger. It did not take more than 2 minutes for these menacing people to vanish without a trace. It was as if they had never been there. After the Crown Prince left, the light shield disappeared as well. As for Fu Wei's corpse, it was taken away by the people from King Ping's mansion before they left. No matter what, Fu Wei had followed King Ping here. If they did not even take his corpse away, it would disappoint the people from King Ping's mansion. How could someone as shrewd as King Ping allow such a thing to happen? Moreover, Fu Wei had another identity, a disciple of Divine Line sect. King Ping still had to give some face to Divine Line sect. Moreover, Fu Wei's father, Fu Kuwei, was also an immortal emperor. Now that both of his sons were dead, if Fu Wei's corpse was sent back, it would definitely enrage this tiger. An immortal emperor who was enraged was very scary. He could do anything. It was imaginable that there was only one thing that Fu Kuwei wanted to do in the remaining days of his life, to seek revenge on Jiang Chen. After personally witnessing the threat posed by Jiang Chen, King Ping would not let go of any possibility to eliminate the threat. Fu Kuwei was one such possibility. Ha! After everyone left, hearty laughter came from King Fan Prefecture. Today was destined to usher in a carnival. Today was an incomparably important day for King Fan. Everything that happened in King Fan Prefecture today would soon spread across the entire imperial capital, the entire Great Qian Empire, and even the entire Eastern Xuanyu. Yang Bufan knew that many people were watching his king conferring ceremony from behind. The Emperor of Great Qian Empire, Yang Zanqing, and many higher-ups were watching. If he couldn't handle the pressure from the Crown Prince and King Ping, he would certainly disappoint the people behind him. But now, it seemed like he didn't disappoint everyone. It was imaginable that his and Jiang Chen's reputation would soon spread across the imperial capital, becoming a popular topic after a meal. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the festivities, but let Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog take his place. As for himself, he had already entered the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. This advancement to the half-step Immortal King realm had given him tremendous benefits, especially the essence of the Snow Jade King ginseng. Until now, he had yet to fully digest it. Jiang Chen needed a certain amount of time to completely stabilize his cultivation base in the half-step Immortal King realm. The 33rd level was the best place for quiet cultivation. The Snow Jade King ginseng is a venerable grade spiritual herb. The benefits it brings to me are too great. It has directly improved my cultivation base. Not only will it not affect my foundation, but it has also made my foundation more stable. I can only remember Brother Yang's kindness in my heart. Jiang Chen thought to himself. It was really unexpected that Yang Bufan would give him the Snow Jade King ginseng today. He knew the value of this Snow Jade King ginseng very well. It was Yang Zanqing's private collection. Buzz. This time, Jiang Chen used 2 days to completely stabilize his cultivation base, and used the remaining energy of the Snow Jade King ginseng to condense another 20,000 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his Qi Si to 1,070,000. As long as he condensed another 30,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen's cultivation base would be able to advance to the true Immortal King realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry during this process. The Immortal King realm was just a threshold. It was useless to be anxious. He must solidify his foundation before he could continue advancing. After withdrawing his qi, Jiang Chen casually tidied his clothes and walked out of the Zulong Tower. 2 days had passed in the Zulong Tower, and the banquet in King Ping's mansion had just ended. Yang Bufan had been waiting in Jiang Chen's secluded courtyard ever since the banquet ended. He had long known that Jiang Chen had a mysterious magical weapon, so he wasn't surprised that Jiang Chen could appear out of nowhere. "Brother, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, I, the newly conferred king, would have lost face," said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Only he knew how much benefit Jiang Chen had brought him today. Just this incident alone had allowed him to gain a firm foothold in Great Qian Empire. From now on, anyone in the imperial capital would have to be respectful to him and wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of neglect. "Brother Yang, you have given me such a precious treasure. If I still can't defeat you, I will feel sorry for you." Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't say those words of gratitude. Since Yang Bufan had treated him as a brother, there was no need to be courteous. Some things should be understood in their heart. It would make them feel like an outsider if they said it aloud. He believed that Yang Bufan was the same kind of person. Only people with similar temperament could become true friends. "You don't say. Giving that Snow Jade King ginseng to you really made my heart ache." "That's a Snow Jade King ginseng. After the Master of Prefecture gave it to me, I had already warmed it, but before I could even warm it up, I gave it to you." Yang Bufan curled his lips, feeling that he had suffered a great loss. Of course, he was just joking. Treasures were worldly possessions that could be fought for in the future. "Don't worry, Brother Yang. When you advance to the Immortal Emperor realm in the future, there will be even more precious spiritual herbs." Jiang Chen said. "Brother Yang, we didn't manage to drink today. Let me treat you to a bowl of good wine. I'm sure you will be interested." Chapter 1457. Good things naturally had to be shared. Anyway, there were no outsiders here and Jiang Chen didn't treat Yang Bufan as an outsider. No matter how good the wine was, it couldn't be compared to the Saint Blood of Qilin. "Oh. It seems like you have a private collection of fine wine, but I don't believe that your wine can be better than the imperial wine of the empire." Yang Bufan didn't seem to have much hope in the wine mentioned by Jiang Chen. After all, The wine they drank in the banquet today was the imperial wine personally bestowed by the emperor. It was the best wine in the empire. Jiang Chen was merely from one line sky. How could the wine of that place be compared to that of Great Qin Empire? Jie Jie, don't look down on it, kid. You'll know in a while. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. He had drunk plenty of the imperial wine of the imperial capital, but it wasn't on the same level as the saint blood of Qilin. Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out a big bowl. The bowl was filled with golden blood, exuding a very strong and pure qi. When the qi diffused, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard began to change. Yang Bufan's indifferent face changed instantly. His eyes couldn't move away from the saint blood of Qilin. As a half-step immortal emperor expert, it was impossible for him to not see the extraordinariness of this saint blood. What's this? What a pure qi. It's so strong and yang. I can smell a sense of nobility. Yang Bufan was shocked. He took the big bowl from Jiang Chen and examined it carefully. He couldn't tell the source of the blood, but one thing was for sure, the blood in this big bowl was extraordinary. Brother Yang, have a bowl first. Jiang Chen said. All right. Yang Bufan nodded. Apparently, he was very interested in the blood in the big bowl. Immediately, he gulped it down as if he was drinking wine. Hong. After the big bowl of saint blood entered his body, a huge amount of pure energy immediately spread out, rushing towards his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel the tremendous benefits he had gained. He could feel that his energy had increased a lot. Brother, what exactly is this? Yang Bufan couldn't control his emotions anymore. It was beyond his imagination that Jiang Chen had such a treasure. To tell you the truth, this is Qilin's sacred blood. Jiang Chen said. He didn't intend to hide the matter about Fire Qilin from Yang Bufan. In East Xuanyu, Yang Bufan was the most trustworthy person. What? The blood of the legendary sacred beast Qilin. Brother, where did you get it? Yang Bufan was shocked. Brother Yang, come with me. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen opened the door of Zulong Tower and led Yang Bufan in. The space they entered happened to be the space where Fire Qilin resided. This was the first time Yang Bufan entered the Zulong Tower. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help but gape in shock. He had imagined that Jiang Chen's magical weapon would be magical to this extent. Bastard! Bastard! Let me go now! Let me go! Fire Qilin bellowed. It could be said that he had suffered all kinds of humiliation during this period of time. A dignified Fire Qilin was imprisoned by someone and had his blood drawn without any warning. No matter how cultured he was, he wouldn't be able to stand it. This is Sacred Beast Fire Qilin. Yang Bufan's eyes widened at the sight of Fire Qilin. But immediately, his face changed, because he thought of the Fire Qilin in East Xuanyu. Although he had never seen it before, he absolutely didn't believe that two Fire Qilins could appear in East Xuanyu at the same time. That's right. This is the blood of this guy. It tastes good, doesn't it? Master Dog has been using it every day. Kaka, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Upon hearing De Huang Dog's laughter, Fire Qilin's body couldn't help twitching. In his eyes, this dog was simply a god of plague. It was too scary. Thinking of his miserable experience in the hands of De Huang Dog, Fire Qilin almost burst into tears. Brother, where did you imprison this Fire Qilin? Yang Bufan asked hastily. When De Huang and I first arrived at East Xuanyu, we happened to encounter this Fire Qilin behaving atrociously in a mountain range. It wanted to eat us, so we joined hands to imprison it. I also refined the Fire Qilin's natal bloodline and obtained the divine ability of Qilin's divine arm. But I don't know if this fire qilin has any great background, so I didn't dare to use it when I was dealing with Fu Wei. Jiang Chen said. Brother, fortunately, you didn't use the qilin's divine arm. Do you know the origin of this fire qilin? Yang Bufan heaved a sigh of relief and tried his best to calm down. He looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. He was already lawless enough, but compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he was still lacking. What origin? Jiang Chen asked. Judging from Yang Bufan's reaction, he could feel that this fire qilin indeed had a great origin and wasn't a simple character. This is the Saint Beast of Nanbei family, qilin. It represents the auspicious sign of Nanbei family. It has always been treated as the lifeblood of Nanbei family. Today, you actually imprisoned this fire qilin and let it drink its blood every day. If the people of Nanbei family knew about this, I'm afraid that they will slaughter their way to Qingfan Prefecture. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew very well about the matters in East Xuanyu, especially the 11 major powers. The fire qilin was the Saint Beast of Nanbei family. No one would dare to touch it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were stunned. They had thought that the fire qilin might have an extraordinary origin, but they didn't expect it to be so great. Is Nanbei family very powerful? De Huang Dog asked. Of course they are. Even Great Qian Empire wouldn't dare to provoke a family with such an inheritance. Their foundation is much deeper than the empire's. However, what has been done can no longer be undone. You can either kill this qilin or hide it. You'd better not use the qilin's divine arm in front of too many people, especially the people of Nanbei family. Yang Bufan reminded. Since what had been done had already been done, there was no turning back. Don't worry. No one will be able to sense my spatial zone. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry at all. Just drink the saint blood. Jiang Chen didn't mind at all. He didn't have a good impression of the surname Nanbei. Chapter 1458. After the initial shock, Yang Bufan had completely accepted this fact. There weren't many people in the entire Eastern Profound Domain who had the guts to kill the fire qilin, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen had the guts to do so. If this was done by someone else, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but since it was done by Jiang Chen, he had no choice but to believe it because there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to do. Brother Yang, there are some things that I can't tell you for the time being, but I have a feeling that Nanbei family and I will be enemies sooner or later. So killing the fire qilin is already a great gain. Don't think too much. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words left his mouth, the fire qilin went berserk. Bastard! You're a devil king. You're inhumane and heartless, the fire qilin cursed. Both of his eyes turned red. He felt that he had never cursed so much in his entire life. He had never hated someone so much in his entire life. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a devil king who was extremely ferocious. Who could bear letting him bleed every day? And now, his blood was being served as fine wine for others to taste. Thinking that the dignified fire qilin had fallen to such a state, he might as well just die. Haha, the entire spatial zone was filled with laughter. Of course, it was accompanied by the miserable shriek of the fire qilin. Jiang Chen had prepared a table for Yang Bufan, Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog. They sat around the table and started the most inhumane drinking session in history. The fire qilin lay on the ground weakly. Tears flew out from his eyes. He felt wronged. How could he be involved in such an unlucky thing? The fire qilin scolded himself for being too despicable. Why didn't he just stay in Nanbei family? Why did he have to come out and have fun? Now, he wouldn't have the chance to have fun anymore. In the next few days, Jiang Qin was still meditating in the depths of Qingfan Prefecture. He didn't step out of the door. He wouldn't open the door even if someone came to visit him. He didn't like this kind of behavior, but his reputation had already spread far and wide. He wouldn't dare to say it in the entire East Xuanyu for the time being, but at least everyone in the imperial capital knew about him. Currently, the incident that happened in Qingfan Prefecture had already spread to every corner of the imperial capital. The names of Jiang Qin and Qingfan were being discussed in every street and alley. The two of them had become completely famous. Qingfan has really stolen the limelight with his powerful return this time. Not even the Crown Prince and King Ping could suppress him. I wonder what Qingfan has experienced in the past 10 years. It's all because of that genius named Jiang Qin. I heard from the people who entered Qingfan Prefecture that day that Jiang Qin was merely a late golden immortal, but he was able to easily defeat an intermediate and early immortal king genius of Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, he had already killed young Master Futian in Futian Manor. That day, Fu Wei of Divine Line sect planned to kill Jiang Qin with the help of King Ping to avenge his brother, but he had never thought that Jiang Qin would be so powerful. He advanced to the half-step immortal king realm at the critical moment and killed Fu Wei of Divine Line sect. There's no one else like him. That's right. I heard that King Fan was even more generous. He gave the Snow Jade King ginseng that the Master of Genius Prefecture, Yang Zanqing, gave it to Jiang Qin, allowing Jiang Qin to break through to the half-step immortal king realm and kill Fu Wei. From this, it can be seen that King Fan is a very good person. He treats his people very well. The Snow Jade King ginseng is a rare venerable great treasure. One of them had even reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm, directly establishing the foundation of King Fan Prefecture. Little Chenzi, follow me to Genius Prefecture, Yang Bufan said to Jiang Qin. Yang Bufan said to Jiang Qin. He was once a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now, he was going back to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Even though he was King Ping now, he couldn't leave Genius Prefecture. Genius Prefecture was the foundation of Great Qian Empire. Anyone who was qualified to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation was a kind of glory in itself. For a royal descendant like Yang Bufan, he had enjoyed the resources of Genius Prefecture since he was young. Although he was now King Fan, a half-step immortal emperor expert, Genius Prefecture was still the best place for cultivation. Can I enter Genius Prefecture? Jiang Qin asked. If it was in the past, it might be a little troublesome, but now, the gate of Genius Prefecture welcomes you at any time. Yang Bufan said with a smile. From the very beginning, he had planned to let Jiang Qin enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. After all, this place had extremely good cultivation conditions, but Jiang Qin was an outsider after all. He had no foundation and wasn't a native of Great Qian Empire. Genius Prefecture wasn't a place that anyone could accept. Yang Bufan had asked Jiang Qin to perform hard in the king conferring ceremony just for today. If Jiang Qin wasn't qualified to enter Genius Prefecture in the past, then now, just like what Yang Bufan had said, the gate of Genius Prefecture was open to Jiang Qin at any time. If Jiang Qin didn't enter Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture wouldn't be willing. Perhaps Yang Zanqing would even come to invite Jiang Qin personally. After all, Jiang Qin's performance that day was just too outstanding. If Genius Prefecture didn't firmly grasp such a monstrous genius, it would be the greatest loss to Great Qian Empire. Alright, I'll go with you to Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin nodded. He understood Yang Bufan's intention. Since he was already here, he would help Yang Bufan to achieve his goal. At least, he had to establish Yang Bufan's position in Great Qian Empire. Moreover, from his point of view, it was the best choice to enter Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The further he progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. He needed a good environment, and the so-called good environment was an extremely strong competition. The competition in Genius Prefecture was imaginable. The growth of the dragon transformation skill was a process of battles. Continuous fierce battles and continuous high-pressure pressure. Under such never-ending pressure, Jiang Chen had no way to stop his footsteps. He still had a lot of things to do. Now, he had to make use of all the available environment and conditions to improve his cultivation base. Putting Yan Qinyu's matter aside, there was already Nanbei family in front of him. It was very likely that the northern and southern dynasties would jump out at any time. Apart from Nanbei family, he had already offended the Huangquan Gate, Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect. He had no doubt that these three major powers would kill him as long as they had the chance. Little Chenzi. Wu Ningzhu stood beside Jiang Qin. Sister Ning, you stay in King Fan Prefecture for the time being and cultivate under the guidance of Old Man Bai Wang. I'll go to Genius Prefecture to see what's going on. I'll bring you over after everything has stabilized, said Jiang Qin. He knew that Wu Ningzhu didn't want to leave him. After all, they hadn't been together for a long time, but the competition in Genius Prefecture was just too intense. With Wu Ningzhu staying in King Fan Prefecture, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in Genius Prefecture. All right. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She was a sensible person. Chapter 1459. Genius Prefecture was located at the edge of the imperial capital. In other words, Genius Prefecture itself was isolated from the imperial capital. It was thousands of miles away from the city wall of the imperial capital. Genius Prefecture was an independent institution of Great Qian Empire. It was located at the core of the empire. The entire Genius Prefecture occupied a large mountain range. From the outside, it didn't look as magnificent as the imperial capital, but the sky above the entire Genius Prefecture was filled with nobility and arrogance. The mountain range where Genius Prefecture was located had a radius of at least a few thousand miles. Palaces stood in great numbers and ancient pagodas reached into the clouds. The sky was filled with 7-colored rays of light. That was a symbol, the symbol of the entire empire. Under the lead of King Fan, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog arrived at Genius Prefecture. There were no guards at the entrance because there was no need for them. In the entire East Xuanyu, no one would be stupid enough to come here and cause trouble, because that was no different from courting death. This is Genius Prefecture. Little Chenzi, what do you think of it? Yang Bufan asked. It's not as magnificent as the imperial capital, but it has a sky-piercing look and atmosphere. It's a blessed land for cultivation. Jiang Chen looked at the vast Genius Prefecture with an infatuated gaze. Even he had to admit that this Genius Prefecture was extraordinary. The luck here was sky-piercing. That wasn't the luck of one person, but the luck of the entire Genius Prefecture. This place had gathered the geniuses of the entire Great Qian Empire. The number of geniuses that could enter this place was just too huge. Those who could enter this place all had a certain amount of luck. With so much luck overlapping together, it had created such a scene. That's right. This place is overflowing with geniuses and experts. In this place, geniuses are nothing. The lowest threshold to enter this place is the Immortal King, a young immortal king. This is the core of the entire Great Qian Empire. Everyone here is the target of the empire's nurturing. I believe that you will be able to get what you want in this place. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked mediocrity. Coincidentally, there were no mediocre people in this place. It was impossible for anyone to have a peaceful life here, especially when Jiang Chen had become famous. As the saying goes, people are afraid of fame as pigs are afraid of being fat. The greater one's fame, the more trouble he would face. Yang Bufan and Jiang Qin were very clear about this. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He had begun to look forward to Genius Prefecture. Just as Yang Bufan was about to bring Jiang Qin into Genius Prefecture, a fat old man flew out and stood in front of them. The fat old man had a plump body and a smile on his face, giving people an amiable feeling, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the terrifying immortal emperor realm. In East Xuanyu, an immortal emperor would be valued no matter where he went. Even to the 11 major powers, an immortal emperor was rare. The foundation of a major power was built by an immortal emperor. Elder Yu. Upon seeing this fat old man, Yang Bufan greeted him with a smile. Hee hee. I didn't expect King Fan to still remember this old man. Back then, when you decided to leave, this old man already knew that you would become a great figure. Sure enough, this old man didn't misjudge you. The old man chuckled. It seemed like his attitude towards Yang Bufan was very good. After all, Yang Bufan was now King Fan, no longer the inexperienced prince. In the face of a young king who was likely to be the future ruler of the imperial capital, even if the old man was an immortal emperor, he wouldn't dare to show any neglect. For example, Old Man Bai Wang and the others had already chosen to follow King Fan. They weren't interested in King Fan's current cultivation base and status, but his future. It was a wonderful process to follow a young king step by step to the peak. That feeling was even more exciting and comfortable than following a superior. How could I dare to forget Elder Yu? Elder Yu has taken good care of me in the past. Yang Bufan smiled, then introduced to Jiang Qin, Little Qinzi, this is Elder Yu Guangqing of Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin pays his respect to Elder Yu. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Yu Guangqing. His first impression of this fat old man wasn't bad. At least, the fat old man didn't give off the feeling of being insufferably arrogant. You are that Jiang Qin. Not bad indeed. I have heard about the king conferring ceremony. Jiang Qin, although you have just arrived in Genius Prefecture, your reputation isn't weak here. The prefecture master has asked this old man to come and greet the two of you. Yu Guangqing nodded at Jiang Qin. There was a trace of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. Obviously, there was a gap between Jiang Qin and what he had imagined. In his opinion, the figure who could suppress all the experts and kill late immortal king geniuses at the half-step immortal king realm should at least be tall and sturdy. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would be such a handsome young man. If one only looked at his appearance, it was really hard to associate Jiang Qin with the god of slaughter. Of course, after seeing so many geniuses, Yu Guangqing knew that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, especially this Jiang Qin, who was personally instructed by Yang Zanqing. One should know that in Genius Prefecture, there weren't many people who could be personally arranged by Yang Zanqing. Even if it was a relative of the emperor, as long as Yang Zanqing didn't put them in his eyes, he would ignore them. In the past, there was an arrogant prince who thought that he was a prince and didn't put Yang Zanqing in his eyes. As a result, he was slapped by Yang Zanqing from Genius Prefecture to the imperial palace of the imperial capital. In the end, the emperor was infuriated and revoked the identity of the prince, forcing him to face the wall for 10 years. Since then, no one dared to challenge Yang Zanqing's authority, and no one dared to be arrogant in Genius Prefecture. Even if it was a prince, he would only be a member of Genius Prefecture. In this place, strength was the only thing that mattered. If one didn't have the ability, even if he was a prince, he would have to lie down obediently. Master of Prefecture is really considerate. I'm really flattered that Elder Yu has come to welcome us personally. I think Elder Yu has already arranged everything. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Bufan said. King Fan's identity is different now, so naturally, your treatment will be different. Master of Prefecture has already prepared an independent cultivation place for you, with your own mountain peak and palace. Yu Guangqing said. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but nod silently. They had heard from Yang Bufan that not everyone could have their own palace and independent cultivation place in Genius Prefecture, not even princes. Only those who had reached the immortal emperor realm were qualified to have their own palace and independent cultivation place. Yang Bufan was only a half-step immortal emperor, but he already had an independent cultivation place. Obviously, he had been specially taken care of. Of course, given King Fan's current reputation, it was normal for him to have a palace. Elder Yu is very considerate. In that case, bring us there. Yang Bufan said. King Fan can go, but Jiang Qin can't. Yu Guangqing said, his eyes falling upon Jiang Qin. Why is that? Jiang Chen is my man. King Fan knitted his brows, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. This is specially ordered by Master of Prefecture to let Jiang Qin enter Genius Prefecture as a newcomer. King Fan should know that Genius Prefecture is divided into Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture. Even if Jiang Qin is cultivating in the Outer Prefecture, he will still be your man. No one in the entire Genius Prefecture doesn't know that Jiang Qin is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. I think Master of Prefecture wants to train Jiang Qin. Yu Guangqing spoke, then turned to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I have never seen Master of Prefecture pay so much attention to a disciple in all these years I've been in Genius Prefecture. I hope you won't let Master of Prefecture down. Little Qinzi, in that case, you will cultivate in the Outer Prefecture. Most of the disciples in Genius Prefecture are from the Outer Prefecture. The number of disciples in the Inner Prefecture is pitifully small, because the condition to enter the Inner Prefecture is to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. In the entire East Xuanyu, there aren't many young Immortal Emperors. It seems like Master of Prefecture thinks highly of you. This is a good thing. Given your ability, you will surely thrive in the Outer Prefecture. Yang Bufan said. It seems like I have to thank Master of Prefecture for thinking highly of me. Jiang Qin smiled. Such a decision was exactly what he wanted. If he followed Yang Bufan to cultivate as soon as he arrived, it would be meaningless. What Jiang Qin needed was to fight, and only in a crowded place could he fight. Moreover, he was very clear that his performance in the king conferring ceremony had successfully attracted the attention of Yang Zanqing. This was a good thing. Little Qinzi, there are many geniuses in the Outer Prefecture. There is no lack of truly outstanding geniuses. You must not be careless. Furthermore, there is another very important thing for you to do in the Outer Prefecture, to build up your network. Currently, the Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture have already taken shape and are growing stronger and stronger. As for my force, it has just begun. I don't have anyone in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin, which was equivalent to giving Jiang Qin a very important task. Jiang Qin nodded. Even if Yang Bufan didn't mention this matter, he wouldn't forget it. He was very clear about the importance of wooing talents. Yang Bufan's competitors were the Crown Prince and King Ping. It was almost conceivable that the next successor of Great Qian Empire would be chosen from these three people. Only when there were more people supporting him would there be hope. Therefore, he must form his own force and attract a large number of geniuses to his side in order to gradually compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Jiang Chen, your identity has been settled. This is your identity jade token. Take it and report to the Outer Prefecture. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Yu Guangqing directly handed a blue jade token to Jiang Chen. There was a complicated symbol embroidered on it. That was the symbol of Great Qian Empire. As for the specific meaning, he didn't know. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't care about this. He took the jade token. It seemed like Yang Zanqing had already expected that he would come and had already prepared everything in advance. Little Chenzi, go and make a name for yourself in the outer prefecture. Remember, do things according to your habits. No matter what trouble you cause, I will take care of it for you. Chapter 1460. Yang Bufan had been taken away by Yu Guangqing, leaving only the route to the outer prefecture for Jiang Qin. He didn't even tell Jiang Qin about Yang Bufan's independent cultivation place. It seemed like Genius Prefecture really wanted to train Jiang Qin. De Huang, we brothers have become isolated again. I wonder how the outer prefecture is like. Let's go and have a look together. Jiang Qin patted De Huang dog's head, causing De Huang dog to show a look of reluctance. The outer prefecture is better. The more people there are, the more competition there will be. What's the point of following that brat Yang Bufan? Boring cultivation isn't the life that Master Dog wants. Since we are here, we have to create chaos in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of our time? De Huang dog wagged his sturdy tail. This bastard had always been craving for the world to be in chaos. In his eyes, there was no difference between this mighty Genius Prefecture and Jiang Qin. No matter where he went, he would be able to thrive. Let's go and report to the outer prefecture. Jiang Qin spoke and flew towards the direction of the outer prefecture. There weren't too many rules in Genius Prefecture. Geniuses didn't need too many rules to restrain them. As long as they were in Genius Prefecture, they could fly in the sky here. Everyone who cultivated here was an immortal king. Each of them had a strong background and wasn't to be trifled with. Any one of them would be a giant existence in one-line sky. There wasn't a clear boundary between the outer prefecture and the inner prefecture of Genius Prefecture. They were only separated by a small mountain peak. The outer prefecture was filled with exquisite courtyards. The immortal qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. At first glance, one could tell that this was a paradise suitable for cultivation. No other place could be compared to it. The courtyard stretched on different mountains. As far as the eye could see, one couldn't see the end of it. As a matter of fact, apart from the immortal emperors who could obtain a mountain peak as their independent cultivation place, the geniuses of the outer prefecture also had their own cultivation place. Although many courtyards were connected together, it was enough to ensure the supply of one courtyard for each genius. In this way, at least a lot of friction would be reduced. In addition, the geniuses here were all immortal king experts. They were all recruited from the lower sections. When they were in the lower sects, all of them were elites. Now that they were here, their treatment naturally wouldn't be too bad. It was noon, at the time when the heaven and earth immortal qi was at its thickest and most violent. It was the perfect time for cultivation, so there weren't many people in the outer mansion. Most of the geniuses had chosen to cultivate at this time. Damn it, there are so many courtyards, which one is ours? De Huang dog was dazzled. Elder, you gave me an identity jade token. Take this jade token to the registration area, and I'll be able to get my own cultivation place. Jiang Qin said. With a sweep of his divine will, he quickly found the registration office. At the very front of the many courtyards, there was a small courtyard. Outside this courtyard, there were 3 words, carved with ancient wooden plates. On top of the words, there were 3 big words, registration office. It's over there. Let's go. Jiang Qin said. He descended from the sky with De Huang dog and strode towards the direction of the registration office. This combination of a man and a dog was very eye-catching in Genius Prefecture. Very soon, someone noticed them. A youth in blue robe walked over with a smile on his face. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal king realm. He greeted from afar. Friend, are you new here? Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. That's not right. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to only have a cultivation base of half-step Immortal King, right? Such a cultivation base isn't qualified to enter Genius Prefecture. It seems like you are a relative of the Emperor, or a descendant of a noble. Only a relative of the Emperor can have such a privilege. The youth exclaimed in surprise. He had seen through Jiang Chen's cultivation base. That was why he felt puzzled. He had been in Genius Prefecture for a year and knew the situation inside very well. Except for the relatives of the Emperor who could be sent here to cultivate from a young age, anyone below the Immortal King realm couldn't enter Genius Prefecture. Therefore, he firmly believed that Jiang Qin was a relative of the Emperor. I'm sorry. You're mistaken. I'm not a relative of the Emperor. Jiang Qin smiled. I'm Dong Fei. What's your name? Dong Fei asked. He seemed to be very talkative, or perhaps he was very bored. Coincidentally, he met a newcomer. Even if this newcomer wasn't a relative of the Emperor, he still wanted to have a chat with him. More importantly, he was very surprised that a half-step Immortal King could enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. I'm Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said plainly. Jiang Qin. Why does this name sound so familiar? Jiang Qin, you are Jiang Qin. So you are that Jiang Qin of King Fan Prefecture. My God. No wonder a half-step Immortal King is qualified to enter Genius Prefecture. At first, Dong Fei only felt that this name was incomparably familiar, but then he recalled the identity of Jiang Qin. One should know that although Jiang Qin hadn't arrived at Genius Prefecture yet, his fame had already spread to every corner of Genius Prefecture. Everyone knew about him. Although Dong Fei was an intermediate Immortal King expert, he knew very well that if he fought with Jiang Qin, he absolutely wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin. Even Fu Wei had been killed, let alone him. That's right. I'm Jiang Qin. I'm going to the registration office now. Is there anything else? Jiang Qin said to Dong Fei with a smile. He really didn't want to talk nonsense with Dong Fei here. It's fine. I'll bring you to the registration office. Dong Fei seemed very excited. He had a lot of admiration for this Jiang Qin. He was born in a poor family. Like most of the people, he was selected from the lower sections. He was outstanding in his own sect, but when he came to this place, he became very mediocre. Plus, he didn't join any organization like Crown Prince Palace or King Ping Prefecture. Therefore, he had a very good impression of Jiang Qin. Dong Fei was very enthusiastic. He took the lead and walked towards the registration office. As a disciple of Genius Prefecture, he was very familiar with the registration office. Dong Fei, what are the steps to advance to the next level? Jiang Qin asked curiously. He had just arrived at Genius Prefecture. Jiang Qin was very happy that Dong Fei wanted to help him. Initially, he thought that he would be disliked after revealing his identity as Jiang Qin, or that many people would be waiting for him to come and find trouble with him. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not everyone in Genius Prefecture had joined any organization. In this way, it would still be beneficial to Jiang Qin. At least, he could win over many of such people and make them a force that would support King Fan in the future. In Genius Prefecture, the two most powerful organizations were Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. The power of King Fan Prefecture was basically equal to 0 apart from himself. It's very simple. There's no need for any steps. There's only one Elder Yang in the registration office. You just need to hand your jade token to him. He will verify it. Your residence has been arranged in advance. Chapter 1461. The courtyard of the registration office wasn't big. It was only half the size of the courtyard used by the genius disciples, but it looked incomparably exquisite and the environment inside was really good. At this moment, the gate of the courtyard was open. According to Dong Fei, there was only one elder in the entire registration office, because there really wasn't a need for too many people. Genius Prefecture would recruit top disciples from the major sects at a fixed time every year. Only during those 2 days would the registration office be busier. As for the rest of the time, the registration office was the most idle. Basically, there was nothing to do. So, the person in charge of the registration office was actually an idle job. Under the lead of Dong Fei, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog came to the gate of the courtyard. Without any hesitation, they walked over. The small courtyard was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The scenery was incomparably beautiful. There were even rockeries. Upon entering the gate, they saw an elder who seemed to be in his 50s reclining lazily on a wide rattan chair. No one knew what he was chewing in his mouth. He was holding a golden fan in his hand, which was flashing at a high frequency. This old man is really leisurely. Sure enough, he's the most leisurely position in Genius Prefecture. De Huang Dog said enviously. Half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation base, but his chi doesn't seem stable. He must have used some kind of medicine to forcefully increase his cultivation base. Such a half-step Immortal Emperor is vulnerable, but it's understandable. After all, he's already old and his potential has been exhausted. It's already very good that he can maintain his current cultivation base. He won't have the chance to break through to the true Immortal Emperor realm in his lifetime. Jiang Qin murmured. With his sharp eyesight, he could see the depth of this elder at first glance. Although this elder was a half-step Immortal Emperor, he was only a little stronger than an ordinary late Immortal King expert. Plus, his foundation was very unstable. He must have used some kind of medicine to forcefully increase his cultivation base. For a person like this elder, having cultivated to this level, he had nothing else to ask for. Being able to get an idle job in Genius Prefecture was also a pretty good choice. Brother Jiang, that being said, Elder Yang isn't someone to be trifled with. Because his surname is Yang and he's a member of the Yang family of Great Qian Empire. It's impossible for an ordinary person to get an idle job in Genius Prefecture. Dong Fei explained. I see. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were enlightened. They finally understood why Elder Yang was able to enjoy life in Genius Prefecture even though his cultivation was so weak. It turned out that he was a member of the Yang family. In that case, there was nothing more to say. The entire Genius Prefecture belonged to the Yang family. He's called Yang Ling, a member of Crown Prince Palace. Previously, he was merely at the peak of late Immortal King realm. Later on, he broke through to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm with the help of Crown Prince. Dong Fei added. Hearing this, Jiang Qin could not help but frown. He did not have a good impression of the people from the Crown Prince Palace. However, he did not care about Yang Ling at all. Anyway, he was here to register. After the registration, he would not have any contact with this old man anymore. Yang Ling sensed that someone had come. He did not even open his eyes. He said lazily, "Who is chattering here? You are disturbing my rest." Dong Fei hastily took a step forward and saluted Yang Ling. "Elder Yang, a new disciple has come to register." Jiang Qin didn't care about Yang Ling, but Dong Fei didn't dare to neglect him. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't afford to offend the people of Crown Prince Palace and Yang family, Yang Ling's cultivation base alone wasn't something that he could afford to offend. No matter what kind of method Yang Ling used to advance, Yang Ling was a true half-step Immortal Emperor. Given Dong Fei's intermediate Immortal King cultivation base, he wouldn't be a match for Yang Ling at all. Hearing the arrival of a new disciple, Yang Ling opened his eyes reluctantly. His eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When he realized that Jiang Qin was merely a half-step immortal king, he knitted his brows immediately. Is there a mistake? A half-step immortal king has come to register. Is there a mistake? Yang Ling said. Elder Yang, there's no mistake. He's Jiang Qin, the Jiang Qin of King Fan Prefecture. He has an identity jade token. Dong Fei said. Jiang Qin. Upon hearing the name of Jiang Qin, Yang Ling's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. Dong Fei might not be able to feel it, but Jiang Qin could sense it clearly. This is my identity jade token. Elder, please arrange a place for me to stay. Jiang Qin took out the identity jade token and handed it to Yang Ling. Yang Ling was still lying there lazily. The fan in his hand was constantly flashing. The corner of his mouth was wearing a smile, but he didn't have the slightest intention to take the jade token from Jiang Qin's hand. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin was very annoyed. He had been very polite, but this old man still acted arrogantly. However, from the moment he heard that Yang Ling was a disciple of Crown Prince Palace, Jiang Qin had already expected such a scene. He knew that a small registration would bring trouble to this place. The new disciple isn't polite at all. Can't you see that I'm resting? Just wait for a while. After I'm done resting, I'll handle it for you. Yang Ling said faintly. Clearly, he was trying to make things difficult for Jiang Qin. Elder is busy resting, but this disciple is busy cultivating. I hope Elder can handle it for me as soon as possible. Jiang Qin resisted the urge to slap him and spoke in a tone as kind as possible. Why is this disciple of yours so insensible? You've just arrived at Genius Prefecture and you've already learned to talk back to the elder. Fine, I'll handle it for you now. Look over there, keep walking until you reach a valley at the end. There's a northern courtyard in the valley. It's quiet and secluded. That will be the place for you to cultivate. Go ahead. Yang Ling was very impatient. Jiang Qin looked in the direction where Yang Ling was pointing and saw a long row of courtyards. The valley at the end seemed to have been separated from the courtyard area. Dong Fei widened his eyes and said, Elder, that place is extremely old. There's no spiritual vein below. It's not a place for disciple to cultivate at all. Pa! Before Dong Fei could finish his words, Yang Ling had already slapped the rattan chair. Dong Fei, who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers in front of me? Are you courting death? Yang Ling seemed extremely angry. Elder Yang, I think you'd better check the qi on the identity jade token. My residence has already been arranged. Jiang Qin continued. There was a limit to his patience. What are you looking at? I'm the one who has the final say on the arrangement of the residence. You go there and scram. Yang Ling waved his fan, looking like he was asking for a beating. Brother Jiang, you can't go there. That's the forbidden area for the disciples of Genius Prefecture. Those who have entered that place in recent years have all died. No one knows what's hidden in that valley. Although it's not clearly marked as a forbidden area, no one dares to go there anymore. Dong Fei said. Upon hearing this, if Jiang Qin could still endure it, the Huang dog absolutely couldn't. Fuck you, old fart. What the fuck are you being so arrogant for? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? However, he had never thought that Jiang Qin would be so arrogant that he didn't give him any face at all. This had already given rise to killing intent in Yang Ling's heart. He could use this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin didn't kowtow to him as an apology, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Old mongrel, you want to kill Master Dog with this kind of virtue? Don't be ridiculous. The Huang dog snorted disdainfully, totally not putting Yongling in his heart. Yongling, I advise you to hurry up and register me. I will treat it as if nothing has happened. Don't think that I'm joking with you. I only joke with my friends. You don't even have the qualification to be my enemy. Jiang Chen's body was exuding a strong domineering aura. Dong Fei was almost subdued by Jiang Chen's qi. Yongling almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today, he finally saw what was arrogance. This was already boundlessly arrogant. With his half-step immortal emperor cultivation base, he didn't even have the qualification to be Jiang Chen's enemy. Could he be any more arrogant? Hong. A surge of tyrannical qi suddenly surged out of Yongling's body, turning into a beam of light that rushed out from the courtyard. His murderous intent soared up to the sky. He was ready to strike. To him, this was an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Qin. He could use this to kill Jiang Qin, eliminating a potential threat for the crown prince. Little Qinzi, don't be polite. Beat him until half of his body is paralyzed. What's the big deal about an elder? The Huang dog shook his head and spoke, as if he was watching a good show. All right. Jiang Qin said and immediately cast out his dragon form. Just like what the Huang dog had said, the big deal about an elder was nothing. This wasn't the first time they beat up an elder. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. Waves of qi spread out, causing the entire outer prefecture to tremble. This is bad. Dong Fei couldn't help but shiver. The speed at which the conflict intensified was too fast. Dong Fei didn't even have the chance to react. Moreover, he had never seen such a hot-blooded person before. He even dared to beat up an elder. The Jiang Qin in front of him was totally different from the Jiang Qin that gave him the first impression. Moreover, the appearance of Jiang Chen's dragon form was really scary. Both Yongling and Dong Fei were stunned. Fortunately, they all knew that Jiang Qin had a transformation technique. The scene of the king conferring ceremony had been spread everywhere. Is this the terrifying transformation technique? It can exert 10 times the combat strength. Scary. Dong Fei was shocked. The commotion at the registration office was too big. It had alarmed all the geniuses who were cultivating in the outer prefecture. That powerful qi was enough to shake the earth and mountains. Anyone who couldn't sense it would be an idiot. What's going on? It seems like someone is going to fight at the registration office. That's the qi of Elder Yongling, a half-step immortal emperor, but it's extremely unstable. In the entire genius prefecture, only his qi is like this. Could it be that Yongling is going to fight with someone? That old man is a member of Crown Prince Palace and a relative of the emperor. Who would dare to provoke him? Let's go and have a look. Let's see what's going on. Chapter 1463. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The tranquil outer prefecture became lively in an instant. Usually, the registration office was the most boring and deserted place. Now, silhouettes were rushing towards this place. Those who could appear in Genius Prefecture were all experts. They could feel the situation here. That was the qi that was about to erupt. They wanted to see what kind of person had provoked Yongling in this outer prefecture and who had the guts to go against Yongling very soon. The periphery of the registration office was filled with people. Some of them were hovering in the sky, watching everything that happened in the courtyard clearly. Who is that dragon man? Why is he fighting with Elder Yang? That man should have casted some kind of transformation technique, but his cultivation base seems to be only at the half-step immortal king realm. Isn't he courting death by confronting a half-step immortal emperor with such a cultivation base? In the end, he's just a retard. That's Dong Fei. Ask him what happened just now. Discussions were going on. None of them knew what happened just now. Moreover, this dragon man looked very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Someone pulled Dong Fei out and asked, "Dong Fei, who is that? Why is he fighting with Elder Yang if he has the guts?" "He's that Jiang Chen of King Fan Prefecture. He came to register today, but Elder Yang deliberately made things difficult for him. Jiang Chen was assigned to that valley." Jiang Chen was infuriated and scolded Elder Yang. Now, a fight is about to break out. This Jiang Chen is really hot-blooded, cursing and fighting without caring about the identity of the other party. Dong Fei said in a low voice. Anyone could hear the admiration he had for Jiang Chen in his words. After all, he knew everything that happened just now. He believed that no one would dare to do what Jiang Chen did, because it was simply courting death. What? Jiang Chen. He's that Jiang Chen of King Fan Prefecture. No wonder he's so arrogant. Elder Yang is a member of the Crown Prince Palace. That is why he is making things difficult for Jiang Chen. However, it is too much for Jiang Chen to live in that valley. I heard that this Jiang Chen has killed the late immortal King Fu Wei. In other words, Elder Yang isn't a match for Jiang Chen at all. Although Jiang Chen is a half-step immortal emperor, everyone knows his ability. If they were to fight, he wouldn't even be a match for Fu Wei. I wonder if Jiang Chen would dare to fight Elder Yang. Of course, I would also like to see how powerful this monstrous genius who could kill a late immortal king is. That's right, Elder Yang. That's right, everyone was curious. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Chen, immediately making him the focal point. These days, the battle and the king conferring ceremony had been spreading like wildfire. Undoubtedly, Jiang Chen was the main character. Today, he had finally appeared in Genius Prefecture. Naturally, he would attract countless attention. Jiang Chen's appearance in Genius Prefecture naturally attracted countless attention. After knowing the identity of Jiang Chen and the course of events from Dong Fei, everyone knew what was going on. It was absolutely understandable for Yang Ling to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. After all, the Crown Prince had lost his face in the king conferring ceremony of King Fan Prefecture. He hated this Jiang Chen to the bone. Plus, Jiang Chen's talent was just too high. He was a great potential threat. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would certainly become a great threat in the future. Everyone could imagine that Yang Ling would make things difficult for Jiang Chen, but no one had expected that Jiang Chen would dare to confront Yang Ling openly. This was going to be a great show. If Jiang Chen really dared to fight Yang Ling, it would be a huge matter. Which one of them wasn't hot-blooded? Everyone wanted to do earth-shattering things. When they were put in a difficult position by an elder, everyone wanted to beat up the abominable person. However, they didn't dare to, but Jiang Chen did. Therefore, they admired Jiang Chen and worshipped Jiang Chen. Everyone worshipped the strong. This was an unchanging fact since ancient times. Jiang Chen, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Chapter 1465. Brother Jiang, his name is Qing Jun, a peak late immortal king. He's also a top genius of Outer Prefecture and a member of Crown Prince Palace. He's usually very arrogant. Even we don't dare to offend him. Today, you have beaten Elder Yang, which is equivalent to offending Crown Prince Palace completely. There will certainly be big trouble coming later. In my opinion, Brother Jiang, you should bear with it for now. Don't make things too big. Dong Fei's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Dong Fei had a very good impression of Jiang Chen. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's power and dominance. Plus, he knew the tricks in Genius Prefecture and how powerful Crown Prince Palace was. So, he wanted Jiang Chen to bear with it. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of timidity at the corner of his mouth, then turned to Qing Jun, who was brimming with qi. He understood Dong Fei's good intention, but he also understood that after the incident in Qingfan Prefecture, even if he didn't beat Yang Ling today, even if he endured it today, there would still be endless troubles in the future. Jiang Chen didn't like to submit to humiliation. He needed a domineering aura, a kind of arrogance that would allow him to do whatever he wanted. This was the essential requirement for cultivating the dragon transformation skill. He still had a long way to go, and on this path, there would never be any compromises. Jiang Chen, how dare you beat an elder? Aren't you being too lawless and arrogant? This is Genius Prefecture, not a place for you to be arrogant. It seems like you don't even know where you are. Qing Jun spoke Lang. According to his usual habit, he wouldn't stand here and talk nonsense with Jiang Chen. He would definitely cripple Jiang Chen, but Qing Jun wasn't a fool. He could sense the power of Jiang Chen. Even if he used his full strength, he might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Therefore, he didn't choose to attack directly. No matter who Jiang Chen, beat, it has nothing to do with Crown Prince Palace. Don't think that Crown Prince Palace can cover the sky with one hand. Even if I beat an elder, it's not up to you to teach me a lesson. Don't put your position too high, or you will fall miserably. He is an example. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. He didn't forget to point his finger at Yang Ling, who was wailing on the ground. Currently, Yang Ling couldn't stand up, but he was still conscious. He could feel countless eyes falling on him. To an elder like him, this was simply a humiliation, an endless humiliation. He hated Jiang Chen so much that he couldn't wait to kill Chen immediately, but unfortunately, whether Jiang Chen would die or not wasn't up to him. Chen. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Everyone was subdued by Jiang Chen's arrogance. There were too many experts in Genius Prefecture, and there were also too many arrogant people. However, Jiang Chen's arrogance had reached a new height, leaving everyone in the dust. Other people who had just arrived in Genius Prefecture would try their best to restrain themselves, but Jiang Chen didn't hide it at all. He had beaten the elder of the registration office the moment he arrived, and now, he didn't put the people of Crown Prince Palace in his eyes at all. Looking at the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Jiang Chen would dare to speak to the Crown Prince Palace in such a tone. Jiang Chen, I advise you to take back your words immediately. You must have no idea what it means to say such words in Genius Prefecture. Qing Jun was enraged. He had never been so angry before. Now, he was trying his best to restrain himself from going berserk and suppressing the urge to attack. As a matter of fact, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. You'd better not provoke me. This is the kindest advice. Jiang Chen said plainly. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he just continued slapping Qing Jun's face. He hated this type of chatterbox the most. At first, he didn't want to attack him, but judging from the current situation, it was useless to talk to someone like Qing Jun, who relied on the Crown Prince's power to bully others. The best way to deal with him was to beat him until his teeth fell all over the ground. Hong. Arg, Qing Jun was infuriated. He unleashed his qi, but unfortunately, just as his qi was released, it was slapped back by Jiang Chen. The mountain-like palm slammed onto Qing Jun's body, causing him to scream in pain. Despite being a late immortal king genius, he couldn't fight back at all under the ferocious attack of Jiang Qin. Chapter 1467. Many people's faces changed. That forbidden area was very evil. No one had dared to go there for a long time because all those who had gone in had died. None of them could walk out alive. Letting Jiang Qin face the wall for a month was no different from letting Jiang Qin die. Elder Hu, isn't this punishment a little too heavy? No one has been near that forbidden area for many years. Master Yang Zanqing had told us that no one is allowed to go near that place. Elder Hu wants Jiang Qin to face the wall there. Obviously, he wants to take Jiang Qin's life. Sigh. Jiang Qin has really made a mess this time. Crown Prince Palace clearly wants to get rid of Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin is too monstrous. If he is allowed to grow, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Therefore, they want to take this opportunity to strangle Jiang Qin in the cradle. I feel that even if Jiang Qin doesn't find trouble today, trouble will still find him. Crown Prince Palace will never let Jiang Qin go. During the king conferring ceremony, Jiang Qin made the Crown Prince lose his face. The Crown Prince is a man who holds grudges. The forces of Crown Prince Palace are everywhere, from the elders to the disciples. How can Jiang Qin fight them alone? No one had thought that who would punish Jiang Qin so severely, but to these disciples, they were also full of helplessness. The current genius prefecture had already changed. It had become the place where the imperial clan fought for power. The competition was too intense. Once a powerful genius emerged, he would be fought over. If he couldn't be used by the imperial clan, they would find ways to get rid of him. This was the cruel competition. Jiang Qin's performance was just too outstanding. As he was a disciple of King Fan Prefecture, Crown Prince Palace naturally had to find ways to get rid of him. Many of them understood that even without today's conflict, Jiang Qin wouldn't have a comfortable life in the outer prefecture. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. In their opinion, given Jiang Qin's character, he would certainly resist. After all, although he was facing Crown Prince Palace, Jiang Qin was also a member of King Fan Prefecture. King Fan was also a young king with great power in the imperial capital. Although he had just started his career, he wasn't someone who could be bullied by anyone. Obviously, Hu Qiao wanted to take Jiang Qin's life with such a punishment. If Jiang Qin insisted on disagreeing, he could use King Fan's name. At most, he would only receive some punishment and wouldn't be sent to that valley. Jiang Qin lowered his head and said nothing. As a matter of fact, he was secretly circulating the great divination art to calculate the situation in that valley. Jiang Qin was a restless person. The more forbidden the place was, the more interested he was. Since it was so strange inside, there must be something mysterious. Therefore, when Dong Fei introduced the situation of the valley, Jiang Qin had already begun to pay attention to that valley. Jiang Qin circulated the great divination art in an attempt to find out the secret of the valley. Unfortunately, his cultivation of the great divination art was still lacking, so he couldn't directly explore the secret and situation in the valley. However, Jiang Qin had deduced a trace of trajectory for himself, which was luck. The trajectory shown by the great divination art indicated that if Jiang Qin entered the valley this time, there would definitely be danger, but at the same time, there would also be some opportunities. Although such a deduction was very vague, Jiang Qin had indeed aroused his interest in this valley. Therefore, he decided to agree to such a punishment. Jiang Qin understood that this interest was like a budding seed. Once it appeared in his heart, it would be hard to erase it. Even if Hu Yao didn't punish him to go to that valley, Jiang Qin would still be unable to resist the temptation and sneak in quietly. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Jiang Qin was bold to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had the Zulum Tower as his trump card, there was no place in this world that he didn't dare to go. At the critical moment, relying on the Zulum Tower was enough to save his life. Jiang Qin, do you have any objection to my punishment? Asked Hu Yao. He had already thought it through. As long as Jiang Qin dared to disagree, he would punish Jiang Qin in the name of an elder and cripple him. In any case, the crown prince would bear the responsibility if the higher-ups were to blame him. No objection. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin would resist, Jiang Qin actually agreed. This made everyone's eyes widen. They didn't know what happened to this arrogant guy. Why did he suddenly become listless? Or perhaps Jiang Qin didn't know how terrifying that valley was. This was also possible. After all, Jiang Qin was a newcomer. How could he know how terrifying that valley was? How could this guy agree? That's suicide. That valley is very strange. No one has dared to go there for a long time. I heard that those who have gone in have all died. None of them came out alive. Jiang Qin is a newcomer. He definitely doesn't know about the situation in that valley. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. Sigh. What a pity. A peerless genius was destroyed in the cradle. This is a great loss for the great Qian Empire. Everyone began to sigh. They didn't know why Jiang Qin would agree to such a punishment. This was no different from suicide. Almost everyone believed that as long as Jiang Qin entered the valley, he would definitely die. All right, since you have agreed, I will give you an hour to prepare. After that, go and find me. At that time, I will arrange a new place for you to cultivate," said Hu Yao. Everyone could see the smile at the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the Crown Prince's palace also had a complacent smile on their faces. He still wanted to come out after a month. That was just a dream. That place wasn't a place where he could enter and exit as he pleased. Everyone, disperse. Hu Yao waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. The people of the Crown Prince's palace lifted Qing Jun and Yang Ling, turned around and left the courtyard. Jiang Qin clearly saw Qing Jun raising his head and sneering at him when he was lifted up. That was a smug smile. After Hu Yao and the others left, Dong Fei was the first to approach Jiang Qin and reprimand him. "Brother Jiang, I have already reminded you before. Why did you agree? That valley is very strange. There's no return for you." Sigh. Dong Fei felt deeply sorry for Jiang Qin. "That's right, Brother Jiang. That's right, Brother Jiang. That valley has long been a forbidden area. All the disciples that have been there have died. Later on, that place became a place to punish disciples. However, only disciples who have committed grave mistakes will be allowed to live and die on their own. It has been a few years since someone has entered that place. Ordinary mistakes are not worthy of being sent there. Elder who made you stay there for a month. Clearly, he wants to kill you," someone said. "Jiang Qin, in my opinion, you'd better use your relationship with King Fan to settle this matter. With King Fan's current identity, it won't be a problem for him to protect you. Jiang Qin, that place is really scary. None of the disciples who went in have ever come out alive. You'd better take care of yourself," many people said with pity. Only then did he feel better. For God's sake, this place is really broken. Even though Yang Bufan was King Fan, he didn't dare to show any neglect or arrogance in front of Yang Zanqing. He knew very well who was standing in front of him. This was a legend of the entire Great Qian Empire. Regardless of identity or status, Yang Zanqing was transcendent. The fact that the emperor of Great Qian Empire was willing to hand over Genius Prefecture to him showed how extraordinary Yang Zanqing was. Putting aside his identity and status, Yang Zanqing's strength was also extremely powerful. How powerful was a half-step Immortal Venerable? Immortal Venerable was the Venerable of the heavens and earth. Yang Zanqing was only a step away from the true Venerable realm. Someone once predicted that if another Immortal Venerable emerged in Great Qian Empire, it would definitely be Yang Zanqing. And, very good. You have been gone for 10 years. I didn't misjudge you. I heard that you have given the Snow Jade King ginseng that I gave you to a kid called Jiang Qin. That's really generous of you. Yang Zanqing said with a smile. Bufan knows that I'm wrong. Yang Bufan said. What did you do wrong? I really admire your way of doing things. The Snow Jade King ginseng is a venerable grade spiritual herb, a rare treasure. Gifting such a treasure to someone else requires great courage and spirit. This is a display of bearing. You have great bearing, which is the basic requirement of a superior. If the future of Great Qian Empire can be handed over to you, it will certainly not be too bad. Yang Zanqing said. He rarely praised people, but this time, he was really praising Yang Bufan. As a matter of fact, the reason why he decided to let Yang Bufan here today was because he had given the Snow Jade King ginseng to Jiang Qin, which had won his approval. Just as Yang Zanqing had said, this in itself represented a kind of bearing. A true leader must have this kind of bearing. Only a person with such bearing could become a great figure, and only then would others be willing to follow them. Brother Jiang Qin is the best I have ever seen. His future achievement will surely be higher than mine. It's of great value to have such a talent in Great Qian Empire, Yang Bufan said. He had known Jiang Qin for a long time. From the evil abyss until now, they had gone through a lot of storms together. Despite his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Qin was the greatest monstrous genius he had ever seen. That kid is indeed not bad, but you can't fall behind. Now that the Crown Prince and King Ping have already reached the Immortal Emperor realm, it's not impossible for you to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm given your current strength. You have already prepared your foundation. All you need is an opportunity. In the past, I obtained 3 Snow Jade King ginseng, all of them were conjoined. I have refined one of them and given you another one. Since you have given the other one to Jiang Qin, I will give this one to you. I hope you won't let me down and advance to the Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. Yang Zanqing said, turned his palm, took out another Snow Jade King ginseng, and handed it to Yang Bufan. Master, this. If what you said is true, what exactly is controlling all of this? Why did the disciple of Genius Prefecture lose his heart? The Huang dog frowned and guessed. There must be a big secret in this valley. I'd like to see what exactly is hidden here. Stay vigilant at all times. I reckon that something strange will happen at any time. If there is a force controlling all of this in the dark, then we have already become the target of that force. Chapter 1471. The appearance of the living dead had made the atmosphere in the courtyard incomparably tense. Jiang Qin and De Huang didn't dare to be negligent. Only the unknown would instill fear in people. If there was only a living dead here, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog might not pay too much attention to it, but this living dead was wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. This point alone was enough to show that this living dead was a disciple of Genius Prefecture, a disciple who had entered this place before. The legend of this valley was very strange. Everyone who came in had died. No one knew how they died, because none of them had walked out of this place until now. Now, there was a huge doubt. What kind of power killed the disciples of Genius Prefecture? What kind of power had refined them into living dead and turned them into killing tools? Moreover, the one that appeared last night was just one of the living dead. According to the disciples of Genius Prefecture, since the establishment of Genius Prefecture, the number of geniuses who had entered this place wasn't small. Therefore, Jiang Chen could almost guess that everyone who had entered this place had become a living dead, and no one knew where they were hiding. A living dead isn't scary. What's really scary is the power that controls everything in the dark. De Huang, let's check and see if we can find any clues. Since so many disciples of Genius Prefecture have become living dead, there must be a place where they are hiding. If we can find the hiding place of the living dead, we will be able to discover the secret of this place. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. The sky was already bright. According to yesterday's scene, even if the daytime in this valley was still very dark, the living dead wouldn't appear during the day. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of during the day. They could take advantage of the daytime to find some clues. In the following time, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned into two rays of light, constantly appearing in different places of the valley. Both of their senses were extremely sharp. Not to mention Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique, De Huang Dog also had an innate treasure hunting ability. Uncovering secrets was his forte. An hour passed by quickly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had almost searched the entire valley, but they did not find any clues. There was not even a trace of a spatial crack. When the zombie appeared last night, I didn't even know where it came from. Jiang Chen frowned. He felt that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. This place is very strange. All we can do now is wait. De Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't have any good ideas either. De Huang, since those people have become living dead after death, why don't they walk out of this valley and cause trouble in Genius Prefecture? Jiang Chen asked. This was something he couldn't understand. If there was really some kind of force controlling the living dead, why couldn't they walk out of this valley and wreak havoc in Genius Prefecture? There should be some kind of restriction that prevents these living dead from leaving the valley. De Huang Dog speculated. In the face of such a situation, this was the only conjecture. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling that what De Huang Dog said made sense. Since they couldn't find any clues here, they could only wait. Jiang Chen had reason to believe that there would be other living dead appearing tonight. In the outer prefecture, many people were discussing Jiang Chen. They were discussing whether Jiang Chen was dead or not. Some bold ones even approached the valley, but unfortunately, they couldn't see anything from here. Do you guys think that Jiang Chen is dead or not? I feel that he's still alive. Not necessarily. This valley is very strange. It's very difficult for those who enter it to come out alive. Jiang Chen is no exception. A genius of a generation. What a pity. I think I heard some movement in the valley last night. Really? Don't scare us. It's just an illusion. Many people were discussing. The more they discussed, the more scared they became. In the end, those who were close to the valley also left hastily. After standing here for a long time, they had a creepy feeling. The place ahead was like a gloomy hell that could always make people tremble in fear. It had been a long time since anyone went close to the valley. Usually, no one would even think of going there. But now, someone had entered the valley again. This was destined to be a hot topic in the outer prefecture for the next month. Unless Jiang Qin really couldn't come out after a month. In that case, it was basically certain that Jiang Qin had died inside. Of course, everyone knew that there was almost no chance for Jiang Qin to come out of the valley. It was completely unrealistic. However, unrealistic was unrealistic. After all, the 1-month deadline was still there. If the deadline wasn't reached, people would become restless. Dusk fell and the night fell. The environment in the valley began to change again. It was gloomy and decaying. The chilly wind whistled. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were sitting on a huge rock with their backs facing each other. Their eyes were incomparably bright, like the stars in the sky. Even the dark night couldn't block the light in their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a chilly wind flashed past. A white-robed silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was exactly the same as the previous day. It was another living corpse. His heart had been dug out, leaving a hole in his chest. Jiang Qin shuddered, but he was even more shocked in his heart. He had been using his soul power and divine sense to check everything in the surroundings. Any tremor in the void couldn't escape his senses, but even so, he still couldn't sense any trace of the white silhouette. It just appeared out of nowhere, as if it had always been here. There was no way that Jiang Qin wouldn't be shocked by such a situation. He couldn't find the truth of the other party, which made him feel insecure. A late immortal king living corpse. He's a level stronger than the one yesterday. The Huang Dog looked at the living corpse and said, "Jia Jia." The living corpse let out an ear-piercing laugh, then reached out his palm at lightning speed, rushing towards Jiang Qin. The living corpse didn't make any extra movements after it appeared. It was a killing move. Jiang Qin's reaction was extremely fast. He threw a punch at the living corpse's sharp claw. Bang! The two collided, creating sparks. The living corpse was forced to take 3 steps back, but it didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Once again, it rushed towards Jiang Qin like a gust of wind. Obviously, the living corpse had a main purpose, to kill this human and dig out his heart. What a strong physique. This living corpse is really abnormal. That would be a great waste. After refining such a treasure, it wouldn't affect his foundation in the slightest. Instead, it would strengthen his foundation. It seems like this is the only way. In any case, you have a way to deal with these undead. If you kill too many of them, I believe that the hidden force will take action. At that time, we will be able to find out the secret. The Huang Dog nodded. Both he and Jiang Qin were very interested in the evil of this valley. Of course, they also knew that this place was extremely dangerous. They had to be vigilant at all times. Chapter 1473. Just as Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had guessed, after the second living corpse was destroyed by Jiang Qin, the night was strangely peaceful. No more living corpses appeared. The valley was still peaceful until the next day. Of course, this peace didn't make Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog relax. Their spirit was tense all the time. This was only because they were bold and confident in their own strength. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they wouldn't just be nervous. Their spirit would have collapsed a long time ago. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't speak for a whole day. They no longer needed to guess the secret of this place, because guessing was useless. It was certain that there was an evil existence in the dark. Jiang Qin was now looking forward to the night. He was looking forward to the arrival of those living corpses again. It was afraid that only Jiang Qin could look forward to the arrival of the living corpses in such an environment. If it was the other geniuses of Genius Prefecture, they would have been scared to death. The night fell quickly. This was the third day that Jiang Qin had come to the valley. Jiang Qin seemed to have adapted to the gloomy environment here. After all, he had experienced a lot and had even experienced worse environments than this. At midnight, the situation was exactly the same as the previous 2 times. Along with the whistling of the cold wind, the living corpses appeared once again, but this time, it wasn't just one living corpse, but 8. All of them were at the peak of late immortal king realm. Each of them was wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. They had one thing in common, the same expression. Their hearts had been dug out from their chests. The remaining life force supported them to become killing tools. The half-step immortal emperor living corpses didn't appear. This made Jiang Qin somewhat disappointed, but there was one thing that made Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog feel incomparably shocked. With the experience of the previous 2 days, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had already spread their divine sense to every inch of the valley before midnight. Unfortunately, even so, they still couldn't find out how these 8 living corpses appeared. There was no trace of them at all. They appeared as soon as the wind blew, as though they were hiding in the wind. This made it incomparably difficult for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog to find the secret of the valley. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were helpless. Since they couldn't find it, they could only give up. Jia jia. The 8 living corpses let out a sinister laugh at the same time, coming from different directions. The instant they appeared, they had already surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. It seems like Master Dog is going to show his strength. De Huang Dog shook his head. His body was filled with battle intent. Although these living corpses were late immortal king experts, they only relied on their speed and physical strength. Therefore, De Huang Dog wasn't afraid at all. Whether it was his physical strength or speed, he wasn't any weaker than these living corpses. De Huang, you just go and watch the battle from the side. I will deal with them. Today, I am going to use these 8 to refine my body. Jiang Qin said. Although he was looking forward to fighting those half-step immortal emperor living corpses, he had to admit that these 8 living corpses were the best targets for him to refine himself. If there were any half-step immortal emperor living corpses, Jiang Qin would have to transform into his dragon form in order to fight them. That's right. That's right. All right. De Huang Dog, who was already prepared for the battle, turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out of the encirclement of the living corpses. He stood on a large rock not far away, looking like he was watching a show. Although these living corpses were scary, De Huang Dog was incomparably confident in Jiang Qin. It was simply nonsense for these living corpses to want to take Jiang Qin's life. Caw caw. Jiang Qin clenched his fists. His fingers made cracking sounds. He was ready for the battle. Or it should be said that he was already prepared. This time, he wouldn't use his flame or combat technique. He would only rely on his physical body to fight these 8 living corpses. Jia jia. The living corpses laughed sinisterly. 8 of them attacked Jiang Qin at the same time. Their speed was so fast that it shocked Jiang Qin. Come on! Jiang Qin bellowed. His entire being turned into a ray of light. He struck out countless fists at lightning speed, colliding with the 8 living corpses. Peng peng peng. The void was directly smashed. The living corpses were really terrifying. Their sharp claws could pierce through the void at will. If one was caught by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even De Huang Dog, who was not far away, was dazzled by the scene. Jiang Qin was also wearing a white robe. If someone was here at this time, he would be shocked to find that the battle here was like a whirlpool. Whirlwinds were drifting and countless white shadows were colliding continuously. It was impossible to tell who was who. Shi-La. A living corpse's sharp claws scratched Jiang Chen's body, leaving a bloody wound on Jiang Chen's body. Blood flowed out from the wound. Ha, that was fun. Jiang Chen was injured, but he laughed and looked very excited. To be honest, he hadn't had such a good fight for a long time. Fighting against one living corpse and fighting against 8 living corpses were 2 completely different concepts. The speed of this group of living corpses was so fast that he couldn't believe it. Even with Jiang Chen's ability, he was still injured. However, this injury was nothing to Jiang Chen. At best, it was just a superficial wound. The corpse energy that entered his body because the living corpses scratched him had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. As soon as it penetrated into his body, it was burned away by the raging fire. With the protection of Wood's spiritual energy, such an injury was just like a tickle to Jiang Chen. As if smelling the smell of blood, the 8 living corpses became even more excited. They rushed towards Jiang Chen like crazy. Their goal was very simple, and that was to kill the guy in front of them. Jiang Chen's footsteps were mysterious, and his speed was also fast to the extreme. He could use the 9 phantom wolves, but now he didn't use it at all. He was now like the living corpses, completely relying on the strength and speed of his body to fight. Fighting 1 against 8, he was at a disadvantage at first, but gradually, he was no longer at a disadvantage. But Jiang Chen had to admit that these living corpses were really powerful. From the beginning until now, there were already 3 or 4 wounds on his body. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about his injuries at all. Chapter 1474. Bang bang bang. Sparks splashed in all directions. Countless waves of qi rolled continuously. The void was on the verge of burning. This was merely the power of the physical body. This was the most primitive collision. Not to mention a late immortal king, even an ordinary immortal emperor wouldn't have such a powerful physical body. If outsiders were to witness such a battle, they would surely be shocked. The reason why the living corpses had such a powerful force controlling them was because they had been tempered. Plus, their cultivation base was at the terrifying late immortal king realm when they were alive. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was merely a half-step immortal king, but he had such a heaven-defying physical body. This was simply a miracle. Abnormal wasn't enough to describe him. He was a peerless monstrous genius. De Huang Dog's blood was boiling as he watched the battle. He had to restrain himself from rushing over and fighting with Jiang Chen. For God's sake! What kind of secret is hidden in this place? What kind of force could create such heaven-defying living corpses? Unfortunately, Master Dog's ability is only a billionth of my peak. Otherwise, everything here would be under Master Dog's control. AI. Big Yellow let out a sigh, as if he was thinking about his own past. A trace of sadness could be seen in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before it was concealed. After following Jiang Chen for such a long time, Jiang Chen rarely showed any sadness. He had a secret that belonged to him, but he didn't want to tell anyone. When a person had a secret that he couldn't tell anyone, it was a painful thing in itself. There were many things that he had to bear by himself. De Huang Dog had never told anyone about his secret, not even Jiang Chen. It had been a long time since Jiang Chen had such a battle. It could be said that he was having a great time. This battle lasted until dawn. When the first ray of light appeared in the valley, the 8 living corpses suddenly vanished, as though they had never appeared before. Bang! Jiang Chen punched the void, creating a large hole in the void. Only then did he recover from his previous state and discover that all the undead had disappeared. This situation made Jiang Qin have the urge to vomit blood. He had been fighting passionately and had forgotten the time. This state was very rare, and it would be difficult to find it again. Perhaps he would have to wait for another day. However, Jiang Qin also understood that these undead couldn't be exposed to the light. Once they were exposed to the light, their combat power would plummet. Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog. Did you see where the zombie disappeared from? Jiang Qin was completely immersed in the battle that night. He didn't even know how the undead disappeared, nor did he pay any attention to it. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was also fascinated by the battle and had forgotten the time. More importantly, De Huang Dog also didn't know that the undead would suddenly disappear. After the undead appeared, they didn't disappear on their own. The previous two were killed by Jiang Qin. They should still appear tonight, Jiang Qin said. He was now beginning to hope for the undead to appear. It would be best if they appeared and didn't disappear. Yesterday's battle was too beneficial to him. Do you feel any benefits from watching you fight to your heart's content? De Huang Dog asked curiously. He licked his lips, seemingly expressing his deep envy for last night's battle. That's right, I have indeed obtained great benefits. My physical body has become more condensed, and my potential has been stimulated, helping me condense 100 dragon marks. However, this is only the beginning, because the hidden potential in my body has only just begun. If the living dead hadn't suddenly disappeared, my benefits would have been even greater. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. For him, this was the greatest and the most practical benefit. Now, he really hoped that this kind of battle wouldn't stop. No matter how long it lasted, he wouldn't feel tired. Kid, you can get opportunities no matter where you go. It's really enviable. De Huang Dog curled his lips. He was speechless about Jiang Qin's terrifying luck. It seems like this trip to the forbidden land of this valley is worth it. Putting aside the hidden secret, these living corpses alone are worth the trip. It wasn't easy for me to temper my body this time. I will first use these late immortal king living corpses to temper my body. If there are any half-step immortal emperor living corpses in the future, I will be able to temper my dragon incarnation. If I'm lucky, my cultivation base will be stabilized at the peak of half-step immortal king realm, only a step away from the true immortal king realm. Jiang Qin said. The process of fighting the undead was a process of improvement to him. Jiang Qin believed that the force behind it would appear sooner or later. At that time, the secret would be revealed. Night fell once again. Jiang Qin couldn't wait any longer. He had been waiting for a whole day, waiting for the undead to appear. Perhaps only Jiang Qin could do this. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even be able to hide. Swoosh. Sure enough, as the cold wind blew, the 8 living corpses appeared once more. They were the same 8 as last night. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Jiang Qin without hesitation. They're finally here. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a whole day. He no longer thought about how these undead appeared. To the current Jiang Qin, this was no longer important. The battle was more important. The refinement of his body had just begun. Just like that, the valley wasn't peaceful for the next few days. These 8 undead would appear every time. From the beginning until now, they had been fighting Jiang Qin for 7 consecutive days. They would appear on time every night without exception. In these 7 days, Jiang Qin had obtained tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 5,000, and his physical strength had increased immeasurably. Kid, you seem to be addicted to fighting. De Huang Dog was very happy to see the changes in Jiang Qin. It was, of course, a good thing that Jiang Qin was getting stronger. After all, East Xuanyu couldn't be compared to One Line Sky. In this place, without sufficient strength, it would be hard to move an inch. Not to mention the entire East Xuanyu, even the great Qian Empire alone was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Given my current physical strength, those 8 undead can no longer satisfy me. If they appear again tonight, I will destroy them and let the Zulong Tower absorb the remaining energy in their bodies. As long as they are dead, half-step immortal emperor undead will appear. At that time, I will be able to refine my dragon incarnation. Jiang Qin said. After 7 days of progress, he no longer put the late immortal king undead in his eyes. Next, he would need half-step immortal emperor undead to refine his dragon incarnation. This was an attraction to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin began to look forward to it. Chapter 1475. It had already been 10 days since they had entered the valley. At the beginning, there were discussions everywhere in the outer mansion, but now, it had already calmed down. Time could erase everything. Although 10 days was a short period of time, for that valley, 10 days was really too long. Because no one could last 10 days in there, or it could be said that no one could last there at all. In their opinion, Jiang Qin was dead. Another genius had fallen. Moreover, he was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Thinking about it made people feel sad, but there was nothing they could do. This was competition. What a pity. It's really a pity. From time to time, someone would say such words. When they thought of Jiang Qin, they couldn't help but look towards the direction of the valley. Dong Fei walked to the edge of the valley for a long time, but he didn't dare to stay here for too long. He only came here to mourn Jiang Qin. His thought was the same as the others. He basically believed that Jiang Qin was dead. He had tried to find King Fan a few days ago, but he was told that King Fan was in seclusion and wouldn't meet anyone. Therefore, his last hope was dashed. Of course, Dong Fei also understood that it was useless even if he found King Fan, because Jiang Qin had already entered the valley. Even if King Fan knew about it, what could he do? It was impossible for King Fan to enter the valley to rescue Jiang Qin. That was a forbidden area. It was very evil. Genius Prefecture wouldn't allow King Fan to take the risk. Almost everyone believed that Jiang Qin was dead for sure. Most of them had begun to forget about Jiang Qin. After all, Jiang Qin had spent too much time in Genius Prefecture. He was sent into the valley in less than an hour. It was already very good that he could be remembered so deeply. No one knew what had happened in the valley because no one had ever come close to it. Night fell again. Without Jiang Qin's surprise, the 8 living dead were still there. After fighting with Jiang Qin for such a long time, even their strength seemed to have improved. These killing machines didn't have any intelligence, but when they saw Jiang Qin, they seemed to have gained some intelligence. In an instant, endless killing intent erupted from them. Murderous intent soared into the sky as they attacked Jiang Qin. Today, I won't be holding back. I'll let you witness my true abilities. Jiang Qin's physical strength erupted. His current physical strength was much more tyrannical than before. At the very least, in a one-on-one situation, none of the undead were his match. Jiang Qin made his move, displaying the 9 phantom wolves. For a time, Jiang Qin's shadows were everywhere, dazzling the living dead and causing them to attack indiscriminately. This was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted, to make it impossible for the living dead to concentrate on him. In that case, Jiang Qin would be able to defeat them one by one. Normally, if Jiang Qin used his combat skills or flames, it would be very easy to destroy these living dead, but Jiang Qin didn't have so many. He had an extremely strong desire to win. Since it had been a battle of physical strength for several days in a row, Jiang Qin also wanted to use his physical strength to destroy these living dead. This was a kind of domineering, a kind of strength. Bam! Gotcha! Jiang Chen's heavy fist smashed heavily on one of the living dead. The living dead immediately issued a bone-breaking sound. One of its arms was broken. Jiang Chen felt very sorry for these disciples of Genius Prefecture who had become the living dead. He felt sad for them, but he still had to kill them because the other party was bent on killing him. Bang! Jiang Chen's movement was very fast. After breaking the living dead's arm with a punch, he immediately launched a storm-like attack. Each heavy punch fell on the living dead like a storm. Each punch carried all of Jiang Chen's strength. Even a mountain would be smashed. No matter how tyrannical the living dead was, they couldn't withstand such a fierce attack from Jiang Qin. They were immediately smashed into pieces by Jiang Qin. The Zulong Tower released its aura and absorbed the living dead that had been smashed into pieces. On the other side, the doppelgangers cast by Jiang Qin were also destroyed by the living dead, but Jiang Qin had killed a living dead in this spare time. And this was just the beginning. None of these living dead in front of him could escape from Jiang Chen's crazy attack. No one was an exception. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen cast the 9 Phantom Wolves once again, exerting this mysterious movement technique to the extreme. Those living dead that had completely lost their intelligence couldn't find out which one was Jiang Chen's real body. Therefore, their attacks were bound to be chaotic. Jiang Chen found an opportunity very easily. Bang bang bang. Jiang Chen's combat experience was just too rich. He was able to find the most suitable opportunity in an instant. His fists were invincible and could destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, the second living dead was completely smashed and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. 2 of the 8 living dead had been killed. To Jiang Qin, such a battle was like a fish in the water. The situation of the battle was imaginable. A few minutes later, the remaining 6 living dead were also completely smashed by Jiang Qin and absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning them into dried corpses that disappeared with a gust of wind. After getting rid of the 8 late immortal king living dead, Jiang Chen had gained a lot of benefits. Although the remaining energy in the bodies of the living dead was relatively small, they were late immortal kings after all. The 35th floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed, helping Jiang Chen to condense 3,000 dragon marks. To Jiang Chen, the increase of each dragon mark represented an increase in his strength. A floor of the Zulong Tower has been condensed. The number of dragon marks has also increased. With another 12,000 dragon marks, I will be able to advance to the true immortal king realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was very satisfied with such progress. The living dead will probably appear again. The next time they appear, they will surely be more powerful. The Huang Dog said. I hope that a half-step immortal emperor living dead will appear. At that time, it will be able to refine my dragon transformation. If I'm lucky, it won't be a problem to condense another 10,000 dragon marks. At that time, my cultivation base will truly reach the peak of the half-step immortal king realm, and it will be easier for me to advance to the immortal king realm. Jiang Chen said. He was looking forward to the next living dead. On the night of the second day, the chilly wind was howling fiercely. The entire valley seemed to be shaking, and the shabby courtyard was shaking especially hard. It looked like it was going to collapse at any time. Jiang Chen had never been captured before, and this situation had never happened before. It seemed like the hidden force was angered as well, that's why it was causing such a huge commotion. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.